And in a very short while, we are about to start with our first session of the day, which is session 8 of this conference on branding, packaging, labeling, and regulations. So once again, a very warm welcome to all our speakers who are about to take us through the first session and all our attending delegates. It's a very, very special conference. It's a conference that talks about something which is not just a topic that matters for an individual, but it matters for the whole globe. It is about food security. It is about nutrition security. It is about bringing those millets back to our food plate. And today we are about to talk on the branding and packaging and labeling regulations. So I think branding does play a very, very important role. So all the fellow students, attendees, delegates, I think now that we have all the speakers in the auditorium, let's start with a huge round of applause. So I'm Swati Sharma Singh. We are celebrating the International Year of Millets, an initiative that came to be because of the efforts of us as a nation, of us as Bharat. And in this conference, in the session 8, we would like to invite our session coordinator, Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, Professor FST Niftim Kundli, and Rapporteur Arun Sharma, Assistant Professor FE Niftim Kundli. Our session chair is former CEO, FSS, AI, and founder CEO at Food Future Foundations, Mr. Pawan Agarwal. Welcome, sir. Our session co-chair will be Head Regulatory Affairs, Marico Limited, Dr. Prabodh Halde. We'd also request the following dignitaries to take the dais. Mr. Diego Varela, Vice Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission. That will be a recorded message. And after that, we'd also like to invite onto the dais Ms. Shreya Pandey, Head Regulatory Affairs, Nestle Limited, New Delhi. Dr. Navneet Dhamsanya, Associate Professor, Junagadh Agricultural University, Gujarat, will be presenting an oral paper. Kindly join us on the dais, sir. And Dr. Kirti Punya, Assistant Professor, Ramlal Anand College, University of Delhi, will also be presenting an oral paper. Join us on the dais. And of course, in the NIFTM campus. NIFTM is the host and all this is being led by our director sir. Let's welcome director sir, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi. Thank you sir for the warm hospitality. Just wanted to acknowledge the amazing hospitality of NIFTM campus. And now, friends, I'm sure there are multiple highlights for each one of us. We'll be going through them as well. For now, let us start this session with our keynote address. And for this, I would like to invite a gentleman who also served as secretary in the Department of Consumer Affairs under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution in 2020. He is a proven leader and institution builder with extensive experience as a senior administrator. He has a diverse background in building institutions and leading policy and regulatory reforms across multiple domains, including food and consumer, education, logistics, trade, and commerce. A leader who strongly believes in systems thinking. Please welcome our keynote speaker and session chair, former CEO, FSSAI, and founder, CEO at Food Future Foundations, Mr. Pawan Agarwal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Oberoi, for inviting me on this occasion. I have lovely memories associated with NIFTM, visiting this campus over the past few years. And I'm always amazed at the kind of institution that has been built by some visionaries on the issue of food technology and management. And I can only say that those of you as a students, faculty associated with NIFTM, you are very fortunate to be part of NIFTM. So this is a wonderful occasion, during the year of International Years of Millet, NIFTM is organizing this international conference. I'm no expert on millets, except that when millet was a couple of years ago, during my tenure at FSSAI, when millet was getting and gaining momentum, so I asked my colleagues to start working on standards for millets, which perhaps were notified a year or two ago. And maybe that process of standard setting for millets did help in raising the profile of millets during the year of millet that we are all celebrating. With me on this session are real experts, people who are in the business of millets and who see millets as a new opportunity, people who have studied millets over decades. So I would not like to preempt by saying anything, except reflect on a few issues that come to my mind as far as millet is concerned. So we are very happy that a millet, which was a cereal, a staple, which used to be one of the main staples not very long ago, maybe about half a century ago, and for a variety of reasons had got marginalized in past half a century, is back on our dining tables. Obviously, in the previous sessions you must have learned and understood, and I think millet story is all over the media. Everyone is talking about it, about the nutritional benefits of millet. Everyone is also talking about how growing millet is environmentally sustainable, good for our soil health, good for biodiversity, good for freshwater crisis, and in many different ways. So it is a win-win-win kind of a crop, a food item, which I don't know got marginalized, and it is, I think, a huge opportunity that our Honorable Prime Minister seized to bring focus on millets and do this branding for millet again, to bring it to our social consciousness, public discourse, and onto our dining tables. But I'm a little worried for primarily for two reasons. You know, bringing millets on our tables in the same manner that rice and wheat in India are our main staples is not going to be easy task. Something that generations of us have been eating day in and day out, cannot be with 1 year commemoration of that cereal as year of millet is very unlikely to change things. So, while we all understand and appreciate goodness of millet, but bringing it onto our table is not going to be easy. And that is my main concern. But hearing stories about that it is now slowly coming back as a preferred, at least breakfast cereal, if nothing else, is good thing to do, is good thing to learn. There are companies like ITC, I'm sure PepsiCo also has it. I just met, True Elements. So all these people who are built up sizable businesses around millet products. It's good to know, but the task ahead is immense. Whatever little I understand about millets, unless we begin to replace at least one meal in a day with completely millet meal, so the nutritional benefits are not going to be very noticeable. So we can feel good about it by having once in a while a cookie made out of, I just took a naan katai made of millet. So one can feel nice about it that you had a millet naan katai, but that's not going to serve any, provide any nutritional benefit to me. I'm sure everyone of us realize it, unless it really comes onto our dining tables, in our meals, at least one meal a day, if not more. And I would say, let us make a beginning by having one meal a week, if day is not too much. Okay. And the challenges there are availability. I think it's not still as readily available as rice and wheat flour. Its costs are prohibitive, and making roti and chapatis, that is the way we normally eat wheat flour, is not easy. It requires little bit of patience, and understanding. So these are practical difficulties, and that is what makes me a little uneasy. Are we going to have patience to navigate this journey of bringing millets to our dining tables in somewhat substantive manner, rather than just ride the hype of millet? We are celebrating International Year of Millet. Next year we may begin to celebrate something else and forget about millet. So that is a little concern that I have. Second concern is production of millet itself. you know, I do not have the latest numbers with me, but despite all that we are talking about millet's promotion in the country, uh, overall cultivation of millets in the country has not really gone up significantly. Okay, and the simple reason for that is the farmers are still not getting, you know, it does not make sense to most farmers to begin to cultivate millets. So they are not finding this crop to be lucrative enough, remunerative enough to be cultivating it by replacing millet cultivation with sugar cultivation or wheat and rice cultivation with millets. It could be partly because of subsidy regime that we are in, partly because of the way markets work. While to consumers, millet flour is very expensive. My wife has shifted, and is trying to do one millet meal a day, and in our family, and it's very expensive. She buys it at 200 rupees a kg. But farmers may not be getting, the similar kind of remunerative prices as we do expect with a flour which is sold at 200 rupees a kg. So where this cost is going, is it we are not getting economies of scale. So unless farmers start producing millets and they find it in their own interest to start cultivating millets, we are not likely to make much headway in this. The third challenge around millets would be I think our taste palates are used to certain kind of food, and those of us who have really tried, roti chapatis made of millet would find that they are somewhat dry. You need to really, be very committed to change your diets to have millet roti included in your meal on a regular basis. But those habits can be developed. Your taste palates can change, particularly if we start early. And there are families where they are not giving their young toddlers, anything other than millets. So I think they grow up with the taste of millets. All of us, maybe our ancestors used to only have millet meals, but over time, there has been a change in our, what we like as food, and it's not easy to change that taste. So these are few challenges that I see in terms of building millets as a real big brand in terms of actually having a sizable proportion of our cereal economy. But one thing I'm very sure of that whenever there are challenges, there are also opportunities, there are also solutions. Then those solutions come in. At first level, we engage with an issue on a very superficial level because somebody is celebrating it. This is the 6th conference on millets I'm attending. So somebody is celebrating it. A lot of people will get together. After a while, they will come down to reality check. कि ठीक है कहानी तो बहुत हो गई अब real issue पर आए. So when you start going into from superficial engagement to deeper engagement on an issue, then you begin to unravel the challenges and perhaps the opportunities and solutions to those problems. So in millet, I'm sure that as we move forward, there is already very serious engagement happening at various levels. Whether it is food companies who see this that at a national level or at a global level, a big brand has been created. So why not ride that, wave of big brand for millets and seize that opportunity, which is good. So they will very deeply think about how can we introduce new food products and how do we ensure that it remains in public conscious for times to come. So I'm not surprised to see that, I was told by Mr. Joshi that you're planning to do a Rath Yatra or millet or something. So some such tamasha need to continue, so that it remains in our public consciousness. So that is one part of it. But more importantly, one needs to sit down in academic and research institutions like this to delve into deeper issues of addressing a few challenges that I mentioned. And first challenge is, why should a farmer cultivate millet? Does it make sense to him to cultivate millet? How can government policies around subsidies and incentives be customized so that farmers, cultivate more and more of millets? And there are obvious reasons for it, that there are large externalities in terms of environment, in terms of nutrition benefits, and therefore government can incentivize and should incentivize cultivation of millets. Second is, how do we have a processing sector, the food sector, that begins to prioritize millet products over other products? And that will happen. Obviously, businesses are no philanthropists, so they will want consumer traction. Okay. Fortunately, some consumer traction in terms of building a brand has been created by celebration of this year as International Year of Millets. They can ride on the top of it, but not beyond a point. Consumers should start preferring millets over other options on a long-term basis. And the big issue is about how do they develop taste for millets. Position millets as a convenient and more nutritious, option than others. So a lot of work is required to be done by the businesses themselves in this, in partnership with, obviously, experts and science that will help make millet and millet products or millet use at household level as convenient as alternates, and perhaps helps consumers to build taste for millet products. Okay, so I think so the positive side is that while there are challenges, but as we are going into a deeper, understanding of issues and challenges faced in promotion of millets, I'm sure that we'll jointly find solutions to these problems. And I do hope, as we move forward beyond the year of millets, as we are celebrating, into the next year and the next year, the next decades, we will be able to get millets back onto our dining tables. We will be able to support farmers who do more sustainable farming that uses less water, that ensures biodiversity, that is more climate friendly. So there are multitude of benefits, and I can see that as far as millet is concerned, we are at a very important threshold of revival of millets in the real sense in India and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pawan sir. I think there was some really great guidance in that address. The things you mentioned about deeper understanding, the catchphrases of we don't just need a year of millet, we need a decade of millet and upcoming decades of millet, and the revival of millet. Yes, that's what we are here to do. That's what each and every effort is directed towards. So now we move to the session address. And for the session address, I would like to invite Head Regulatory Affairs, Marico Limited, Dr. Prabodh Halde.
Good morning. I said good morning. I could not hear the voice. Good morning. Thank you. Respected chair of the session, Pawanji. I think you have covered all the aspects of all the speakers. Respected director sir, Oberoi sir, thank you for invitation. I was going through the program copy sir, and it is like a Kumbh Mela of all the scientists and all the experts. I was going through the directory of the speakers, and you could attract everyone what is supposed to be required for the international conference. All my colleagues on the dais, those who are going to be the speaker, all the dignitaries of the dais, first row, second row, and all the industry people, NGO, farmers, and their students. First, would like to thank for invitation, and this is a wonderful conference, a true international conference, and I like the theme, nutrition and economical sustainability. I think more the time we talk about millet, we talk about food sustainability and nutrition sustainability, but economical sustainability, where the farmer will continue to grow this crop, millet, industry will continue to grow. I think it's very important aspect. Pawan sir, you had talked about general thing, he is the chair, so I thought that I will cover the session theme, which is on branding, packaging, labeling and regulation. And there are 2 lead talk and then 2 oral presentation. And we got a fantastic presenter, Shreya is here, and we also got one international, Mr. Diego Varela, Vice Chairperson of Codex. We'll be hearing him online. Then we got Dr. Navneet Damsania, Associate Professor, Junagadh, and also Dr. Kirti Punia ma'am from Delhi University. And then Ashutosh sir is a coordinator. Friends, brand is important. Because of this brand, the person who is there, and he himself has branded the millet, which big brand ambassador you required? Correct or not? So we were not aware about the millet. Mota Anaj, Shri Anna, these are the, Mota Anaj was the word which commonly used. Shri Anna is coined word of branding. Branding is very important. No FMCG product can be sold unless you brand it. And thanks to coin the 2023 as a millet year of global millet year, thanks to Honorable Prime Minister. Friends, first and second World War, there were a lot of innovations. Total patent applied during these 2 are higher than after that in multiply the innovation and reap the benefit of innovation. Multiply the innovation and reap the benefit of innovation. COVID was the crisis, and today what we are going through, the sustainability and green. Millet is important not only because it is good for health, but it is good for planet. It consumes only 230 liters of water vis-a-vis 1500 liters of water for the staples like rice. There is no comparison, Pawan sir, with the rice and wheat together. We produce 500. Actually, the total 230 plus 230. Millet is hardly, the numbers are varying, sir. You said the exact number is not there, but 30 million to 59 million is the number. We are far low than the, and even if somebody produces, my friend Shrijit is here, if you want consistent quality, we don't have. Because the supply chain is not yet ready. So both way innovation is required at the farm level, at the process level. Japan, it got destroyed in the Second World War. But these people in 1950 to 1975 continuously grew with 12% CAGR of their gross domestic revenue because of the innovation. So when we talk about Japanese product, we call about brand. Maruti is one of the examples, the Suzuki. Israel, the new country, exactly got in 1948 when we got independence, just year later. Dubai, man-made miracle, and Singapore. Why I am giving this example? If you want to become a brand, you need to bring those values: consistency, quality, conformance to the standards, regulatory. Then only the brand will get developed. एक दिन में सचिन तेंदुलकर नहीं बन सकता. Practice and hard work. Whole session is about branding, regulatory, compliance, labeling. Why we need this? Because consumer trusts you. Consumer trusts the brand. How many have the iPhone? Raise the hand. How many have the iPhone? Raise the hand. Okay, we have 32 hands. How many have the Kodak? This Nokia? No one. Nokia used to be the brand number one in 2016. They were 73%. Today, hardly anyone has a Nokia. That shows why the innovations are important. So in the millet, in the food processing, innovations are important. Consumer only will get attracted if you do continual innovation, and the trust will get built up. Export, if you want to do, you cannot take a risk of non-compliance. Amit ji is here from FSSA, and Amit ji, if you want to continue the business, FBOs, we need to comply, there is no other way. Product consistency for the consumer feel. Health and safety, you cannot compromise. I know Shreya is going to talk on that. Allergen management. Dr. Oberoi sir, for the millet is very good. But again, there is a cross allergen which may come into your product because of we do not have dedicated lines, and there are challenges because the production is not so high that you have a dedicated line. Same line you will be storing other product. There may be a challenge. 10 milligram of presence of the gluten also can cause the allergy. Allergen is a big issue. Brand reputation. I don't want to name which brands got challenged in last 10 years. Pawan sir, you are aware that you actually came after that incident, but it is very important. And thanks that brand has that kind of stability, came back and bounced back. And that is the consumer trust and the quality promises. Innovation and sustainability. Sustainability is very important point, and I think yesterday you got a session on that. So friends, India is changing, so the globe, and so we should. What is happening into the food processing, we have to play differently now because market is changing. New era of startup has started, funding is available, export is a big boom now. E-commerce platforms have changed the entire ecosystem of logistics, and digitalization is playing a big role. Unless you understand these differences, if you've been in the traditional mindset of the market, you will be wiped out. If there is no innovation, you evaporate, and this is true for the student and the professors. Very important. If you want to continue your brand, personal brand, you need to innovate. The definition of wealth has been changed to health. W has been replaced with H. Anyway, after 50, I don't know how many you are 50, but after 50, only two things you ask. How is your health and what your kids are doing? Nobody asks you which position you are. And millet is one thing, one reason that to keep you healthy. The theme of the session, Ashutosh sir, as per your the given notes, branding, shelf life, and how to use the millet at the processing level, and labeling regulation. With this, I thank you all and look forward hearing a wonderful speakers, and we will have a question answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think the point you made there about fire in the belly, a very, very important point. I think we should all nurture that feeling and that motivation in ourselves. It also reminded me of the registration bags that we have received. I think they are also great examples of example of having fire in the belly, because those registration bags that you are carrying around are made by people with disability. These are artisans with disability, and they are from the NGO Trash to Cash. And these bags are created out of waste material. But look at the beauty of these bags. Does anyone have a bag with them? Yes? Yes. We have. See, no, I wanted to see it in the audience. Yes, look at that. They are flaunting it right there. See, so many of them. Such a beautiful bag, and that is what fire in belly is about. So let's put our hands together to that thought. Now we will be moving towards a recorded message by Vice Chairperson Codex Alimentarius, Mr. Diego Varela.
Good day, everyone. My thanks to Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director of the National Institute of Food Technology Entrepreneurship and Management, for the invitation to talk to you about Codex on this international conference on millets for achieving nutritional and economic security. Please receive my greetings, and through me, the greetings of Codex Chairpersons Steve Warren and Vice Chairpersons Alan Asegele and Raj Rajasekar. The Codex Alimentarius Commission is the joint food standards program of FAO and WHO. Good day, everyone. My thanks to Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director of the National Institute of Food Technology Entrepreneurship and Management, for the invitation to talk to you about Codex on this international conference on millets for achieving nutritional and economic security. Please receive my greetings, and through me, the greetings of Codex Chairpersons Steve Warren and Vice Chairpersons Alan Asegele and Raj Rajasekar. The Codex Alimentarius Commission is the joint food standards program of FAO and WHO, and this is our vision: to be where the world comes together to create food safety and quality standards to protect everyone, everywhere. The first Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting had just a couple of dozen member countries. 60 years later, we have 188 member countries and one member organization, the European Union, in addition to over 230 observer organizations. We are truly global. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Codex, and this occasion provides a good time to reflect on what we have achieved and what we need to look for in the future. The unique mandate of Codex is unchanged: to protect the health of consumers and promote fair practices in the food trade. And the development of global food safety and quality standards remains our core business. The Codex Alimentarius, or Food Code, is a collection of all the standards, guidelines, and codes of practice adopted by the Codex Alimentarius Commission. Hundreds of guidelines and codes of practice, and over 10,000 numerical standards that provide internationally agreed limits for additives, contaminants, and residues of pesticides and veterinary drugs in food, all openly published through the Codex website without charge to users, along with a wealth of other resources and hundreds more added each year. Also unchanged is the process by which Codex standards are elaborated, through a process of initiation, elaboration, consultation, and conclusion, which is science-based, very important, science-based, drawing on a system of FAO, WHO, joint expert committees, and ad hoc expert consultations. Although the process can sometimes seem slow, it is this process that delivers and demonstrates our continuing adherence to our core principles of transparency, consensus building, inclusivity, and collaboration. And it's this process that delivers robust global standards that are fit for incorporation into international food control systems in developed and developing countries alike. Why are these standards important? What did we mean when we said in July this year on the occasion of the World Food Safety Day 2023 that food standards save lives? Your food is safe, and the trust you place on all the people that work on it is justified because the people involved in making your food, whether close to your home or on the other side of the world, followed established food safety practices, which are transparently available in the form of standards. So yes, food standards do save lives. As we continue to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Codex, we should also take the opportunity to look forward to the future of Codex. And in doing this, we cannot ignore the current global multilateral agenda. The UN Food Systems Summit 2021 and the subsequent version, the UN Food Systems Summit +2, celebrated this year, were a key and largely successful opportunity to reconcile our thinking about food and food policy through a global, inclusive process. And here is what, for me, was one of the key parts of the call to action at the summit. A call to everyone to act, recognizing that before it is too late, we must integrate sustainable food systems transformation objectives across global and national policy discussions, commitments, and targets. This is an open invitation to change the way that the world produces, consumes, and thinks about food. In September 2021, the UN Secretary called on us all to lead the way to transform food systems for people, for the planet, and for prosperity. For people, because we need food systems that support the health and well-being of all people. For the planet, so we feed a growing population while also safeguarding the environment. And for prosperity of the billions of people globally who depend on food industries for their livelihoods. So is Codex ready to take part in these discussions to advance more sustainable food systems? We need to figure out how best we can support the development of modern trading relationships in a rapidly changing world, where the need for transformation to support sustainable food systems has become a matter of increased urgency and global consensus, while maintaining our crucial contribution to public health by developing standards that help countries manage their national food control systems and provide safe food for all people. In Codex, we have that opportunity as we work together to develop our next Codex strategic plan for the period 2026-2031. We should keep to our remit of consumer health protection and ensuring fair practices in the food trade, but that doesn't mean that we should work in isolation. I am confident that Codex members will step up and will play their part in ensuring that the international framework of rules on trade and standards is fit for the future. I am no expert in millets, but for what I've read, this international conference on millets for achieving nutritional and economic security provides a perfect opportunity to discuss potential contributions to more sustainable food systems while also securing safe production of food. I congratulate India for taking the lead and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
That was Mr. Diego. And now we have a lead talk for which we would like to invite Head Regulatory Affairs Nestle Limited, New Delhi, Ms. Shreya Pandey.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I'd like to thank Dr. Oberoi for inviting me here and making me a part of this great conference. Respected Pavan sir, Bodh sir, and all the others on the dais, professors, teachers, and dear students. It's great to be back to the campus, and it's great to meet a lot of our own, CFTRI and other training institutes, great colleagues carrying on the flame of food technology in all of us. For the conference and for the specific session on branding, labeling, packaging and regulations for the International Year of Millets, I'd like to cover the points specifically on the regulatory aspects of these areas. This is the most opportune time today with the International Year of Millets being declared, especially for India. Having grown in a North Indian household, especially from a Kumaoni family, Madua was a very common diet that my grandparents would have introduced to me very early on as a child. Going on to college, when I went to CFTRL, Ragi was all over the campus. Whether it is our breakfast as Ragi dosa or our evening Ragi millet, I think most of us have been exposed to Ragi. Personally, working on brain science and technology, we were just discussing that we were working 20 years back also on diabetic food with Ragi, and therefore the functional benefits of many of these millets, Ragi I'm just giving one example, were known to most of us as Indians. And it was in many other names and many other forms that now they are getting institutionalized and probably being exposed to a more industrial level. And therein comes the concept of regulating it. Very recently, thanks to FSSAI, and I know Dr. Oberoi was personally involved in that as well, 15, the standards or group standards of 15 kinds of millets have been released on 1st of September. Now this enables the industry to standardize or get standardized materials from market when it starts to look at bulk or mass productions of these materials. Now whether we create just clean, fresh millets that can be used at home, or we create value-added products like millet flours or mixed millet flours, or to more usable products ranging from beverages to smoothies to khichdis to noodles to biscuits, nutritional bars, breakfast cereals and others from it, quality and standardization become a key. And I think therefore these standards where there are certain quality parameters fixed to millets will be going in a long way in creating a supply chain which is for millets being used on an industrial level. On the labeling aspect, I think very recently again FSSAI has overhauled the labeling and looked at many aspects like listing of the ingredients where when you're emphasizing a particular ingredient you have to look at the percentage. Pavan sir mentioned that if I have a biscuit I might not get benefit. But when we have fiscal incentives sir attached to it and we have to add an X percentage to take that fiscal incentive, automatically one, the consumer will get to know about its percentage through the labeling. Two, the benefits will start coming in because that X percentage will lead to a contribution of nutritionals which will be beneficial for the consumers as well. Third thing in this labeling norm, what has happened is that nutritional value that we see on packs, which is in the form of nutritional information on the nutrient levels, the kind of nutrients have increased. We have to give percentages of the ones which have been newly introduced in the recent regulation of added sugars, total sugars, as well as for sodium. And also a percentage RDA of the nutrients of concern, including the energy. Now that again relates and helps both producers as well as consumers to know that how a product is formulated, and millet's contribution to the healthier aspects of a product get enhanced when they start talking about the contribution of these nutrients. The third aspect of labeling that I thought was interesting was in respect of millets would be again the nutritional contribution of millets. Beyond the key macros, there are also micronutrients. We know that most millets are a huge bundle of nutrition that they give to the food. Whether it is your calcium, your iron, zinc, your phytonutrients, all these nutrients have certain nutritional benefits and those can start appearing on packs which will become a branding aspect or a selling aspect of the product. To add on, the FSSAI through its labeling regulations also gives you many other kind of logos. Now, logos was mostly associated with brands on a private level, but now if you see, the government is also asking us to use these logos provided we meet certain conditions. So for example, if you're looking at an organic millet product, you have a Jaivik Bharat logo today that can be put on the packs. Similarly, if you're looking at a vegan product which is gluten-free, we know that there are millets that are naturally gluten-free, and there are vegan standards as well as vegan certification plus a vegan logo, which is again being promulgated by FSSAI as a labeling weight. Similarly, for milk-based products, they can use milk logos. And if there are nutritional nutrients added on to a millet product, then you can also look at an F+ logo. Now, all these are enabling, which will be labeling aspects, but can be used even in branding of products which are of millet products, hence enhancing the way in which millets can be branded and sold in the market. Another aspect which is being introduced in the recent labeling is about the allergens. There have been allergenicities which are, related to common grains like wheat or others. But looking at millets, you can get a product which can say that no allergens and things like that. When I look at also claim regulations which are related regulations which talk about truthful and non-misleading claims, that's another area where consumers can be educated as well as benefited by the kind of claims. A lot of you, the younger generation sitting here, may not know why should I have ragi and what benefits does it have. And claims on a pack help the food business manufacturers to convey what is it that the benefit that you will get. While you can look at a pack and say, oh, it has calcium. I mean, as food technology students, most of you know that calcium is associated with bone health. But a layman on the road or other students may not. And therefore, claims on pack can further help enhance the branding and labeling aspects of products which have millets. And these are again regulated. There needs to be a minimum amount or an X percentage of a nutrient present in the product. So for example, if you're claiming fiber, you need to have a 3 gram per 100 gram or a 6 gram per 100 gram to call a product a source of fiber or a rich source of fiber. Similarly, if you want to add or naturally have a calcium content in it, it will be about 15% or 7.5% in beverages. And therefore, those are also things that can be used from a regulatory aspect. Lastly, on packaging regulations, I would say that again, very recently, recycling of plastics. We know that, and Pawan sir mentioned that millets are climate friendly, sustainable diets. If we also look at the packaging aspects and look at sustainable packaging or recycled packaging, then it creates like a full branded, recycled or sustainable product in the market. So these were some of the aspects that I wanted to cover with respect to the regulations, labeling, claims and branding as well as packaging for millets and for progressive millets. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now we will move on to our oral presentations. Oral presentations are 5-minute duration each. And the first oral presentation is on the topic of scope of intelligent packaging for value-added products of millets. And this oral presentation is by Associate Professor, Junagadh Agricultural University, Gujarat, Dr. Navneet Dhamsanya.
Respected chairperson, co-chairpersons, all the delegates on the dais, and dear participants, good morning to all of you. As we know, since 2 days we are deliberating about the many millet products. So millet grains are very nutritious, and we know that many products, value-added products could be prepared. But packaging plays a very crucial role to attract the consumer. As well, it plays very important role to enhance the shelf life of the millet, because the main issue in the product preparation is the increasing the shelf life, and in millet we get the very less shelf life. So packaging is very important. Also, as we know, it is the last step of the production system, but first step of the marketing. Packaging is the first step of the marketing. So producer must concentrate on the packaging. In our country, it is the 5th largest industry and growing at the rate of 26.7. So this is very important. As you know, it is the science, art and technology of protecting the products for especially distribution, storage and final use by the consumer. So it refers the designing, evaluating and packaging. If we look towards the functions, the main functions is the protection. It protects our product. At the same time, it provides the contentments to the consumer. It plays important role in the transportation, especially it should make convenience to transport, also make preserve, and best one is the communication, because it communicates the brand, the content, all the details to the consumer, and based on which consumer used to choose the product. If it generally active and intelligent packaging plays very important role in agriculture. It aims to protect the food from chemical and microbial. Also, the role of package is vital, especially in determining the shelf life. Intelligence packaging in our country, it is in early stage, but it is very important, because in the packet, what is the condition of the packed food? It could be displayed by using the various sensors and technology. So we can say it is the one kind of the smart packaging. It capable of carrying out the intelligence functions, especially such as sensing, detecting, tracing, recording and communicating to make the decision. Also play important role in extending the shelf life and warn about possible problems to the consumer. A package can be intelligent if it can track the product, sense the environment inside and outside the product, and also communicate with the humans. So for example, intelligent package can monitor a food product safety and quality condition and provide early warning to the consumer and also to the manufacturer. So detecting, sensing, recording, tracing, communicating, all are the main functions of the intelligence packaging. Benefits are shelf life extension, safety, provide information and warn about the hazards to the purchaser consumers. Generally it could be done by using the various indicators, especially time temperature indicators, oxygen indicators, CO2 indicators, color indicators. Such indicators could be used to know the food condition inside the packet. Also RFID tags and sensors like biosensors, gas sensors could be used for determining the condition inside the packet. Friends, the time temperature indicators plays very important role that generally for the low temperature food, that during the transport and up to before reaching to the consumer, what was the higher temperature the product has been exposed to. It could be known by using such kind of the time temperature indicators. Various time strips are already available in our Indian markets. So it will monitor how long a product was open or exposed to the temperature. It can measure the elapsed time from minute to minute over a year, so by which one can know that it should be wholesome, consumable or not. There are various checkpoints. I am not going in detail due to cost of time spare. Various gas sensors are also available, and it could be used to know the gas composition because our food products are expired. So due to which inside gas composition will be changing. So based on which what is the condition of the final product could be judged by using such gas sensors like oxygen indicators, carbon dioxide indicators, all such kind of indicators are available in the market. We can also judge the color after packaging inside the product, and also it will indicate the leak indicator. If there are any leakage after packaging, then indicate the quality of the product. Also RFID tags and all others could be used, and this is the new era we can say. Especially I felt very important for value-added products of the millet. It will need more technology to generate, but this is, we can say, we are in the initial stage, and we hope that many technology could be developed and consumer can know what is the inside condition before purchasing the product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We have another oral paper presentation. I would like to remind that these are of 5-minute duration. So, with that remembrance, I would like to invite the next oral presentation on the topic of role of brand ladder for millets, Sri Anna, in terms of awareness and promotion of millet brands. And this is by Assistant Professor Ramlal Anand College, University of Delhi, Dr. Kirti Punya.
Good morning to all respected dignitaries present here and all the respected who are participating in this event. As we all know that this event is going from 3 days and this is the last day, but we should focus on this thing that this will not be a last day for this event. We have to eventually we have to upgrade these kind of events in the future as well. So my topic is related to the role of brand ladder for millets, Sri Anna, in terms of awareness and promotion of millet brands. That means, as our keynote speaker talked about nutritional benefit, and our session address, Dr. Prabhat and Holiday talked about the branding, how to brand a product, and our lead speaker talked about nutritional benefit, and Dr. Navneet Dhamsania talked about technicalities of the branding, technicalities of the how to protect a product. And now I am here for selling how to sell a particular product or how to promote a particular product through marketing technique. And that technique is related to the brand ladder. Brand ladder is basically a technique related how to step up and how to capture a customer or or any person for their loyalty and for the sale purpose. That is the role of brand leader for the millets. There are lots of studies we have which sorry. There are lots of studies which we have already done in this field that is related to the nutritional, basically most of the studies related to the nutritional benefits of the millets. But I think the two studies, that is by the Chan and by the I think in 2023 they have explored the idea of brand ladder but not related to the millet, and we have to just focus now on the millets, how to promote our product through brand ladder. There are basically 4 to 5 steps in a brand ladder. First, there are the functional benefit, there are the basic attributes which a product carries. Then the second one is the functional benefits, and the third one is your emotional benefit, how to connect with the customer, and the last one is the societal benefit which cannot be forgotten by us. And the main objective of this study is related to the role of brand leader in context of millets, that is Shri Anna. And this terminology, Shri Anna, is given by Honorable our Prime Minister M. Narendra Modi. So thank you for this word particular, Shri Anna. Shri means, that means this is a complete which connect us to our roots with a particular term, that is Anna. To study the second objective is related to study the awareness and promotion among people for millet brands. How to promote our millet brands. And I think sir, which have, I think head regulatory affairs, Nestle have such kind of, Nestle have the products, and we are very aware about the product that is Maggi, and we all love Maggi. I know we all love Maggi, so we are in need to focus on those areas, such like we have to focus on the nutritional benefits. Side by side we have to focus now, just because these days we are having very health issues, and to cope up with those health issues we just focus, and side by side we have to balance our taste as well. So balancing the taste and the nutritional benefit, we need to focus on these things, so we can bring Maggi in the form of millets, or you can say millet Maggi. I think all the students who are present here want millet Maggi as well. Yes or no? Yes. And one more thing, Nestle. We know the Nestle about the chocolates. So we need chocolate as well. It's obvious we need chocolate as well, and in the form of millet. If we have a millet chocolate, yesterday I visited the hanger, and where I have purchased a millet chocolate, there is some ball in between the chocolate, and that is very crisp inside, yet very tasty outside with the chocolate flavor. So that is the thing, we have to focus on these areas just to promote the products and the services through a very sustainable and a very healthy, or in a very healthy options as well. So next is that's why this is the necessity of brand leader. And the next one is to they have different functions in brand leader, which I have already told about you. And the next one is the growth of the millet production. Every year the millet production India is the richest country in terms of production. In terms of production, we have a very rich in terms of production of the millets, and we have different states also which are doing very good in these terms. And somewhere we have different kinds of millets like Kodo millet, we have Kodra, we have finger millets, foxtail millets, and the other kinds of millets, and the we can say like this, the bajra, and these are the types of the millets which we can have in our daily life as speakers have told about the nutritional benefit as well, all about these things. So the methodology of the study was the secondary and the primary data. We used a Google form just to get the response from the people, and I have targeted for the 200 respondents, but I have found 280 respondents from there, so I tipped the all respondents. As per, if we see analysis part of the millet production, we have country-wise we have that is the bajra, which is which we grow in our country. That is the bajra. We have 60%, jowar is 27%, ragi is on 11%, and we have rest of the small millets which we can include in our diet. And if we see as a state-wise millet production, then Rajasthan is the topmost, which have a great production, that is of 27%, and then Maharashtra, that is at 15%, and UP at 14%, and Karnataka. Okay. I am not taking your that much time. So these are the country-wise production. I have a very big kind of presentation here, but we have a time constraint, so I need to complete it within the time, so we can complete our session successfully. And the analysis, if we see as an analysis part, we have done these kind of things who are interested in the millets as per income, as per family income. And the main thing is that who are liking the millet and who are not liking the millet. And if you see liking of the millet, as you see to the chart, 93% people are in the favor of the millet. So there is no question of this thing that we have to forget, or we have to forget our particular precious millets. Precious pearl, we can say like this. And then the process of farming, that is the organic and the traditional one. Traditional one is the conventional method which we are using, and the organic one which we should include for the perspective of the today. And the next one is our preference for millets, branded and the non-branded millets. It's obvious we need to focus on the branded millets rather than the non-branded millets, just because people are in need of the branded millets, just because everyone have a focus on their health. And the liking of the brand ladder, we have 76% of the liking and necessity. And I will come to the next part, that is attributes and the functional benefit, emotional benefit, which I have talked about, and the transformational benefits. The physical health benefits are on the top. Physical health benefits, mental health benefits, overall health benefits, and it's obvious everyone wants overall health benefits.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kirti. Can you tell us a few concluding remarks on this beautiful presentation?
Okay. Yes, of course. I am concluding this one. That is the role of brand ladders for millets. Is a very good study and related to the brand ladders for millets have been converted into questionnaire and to validate the research area. And this basically this research comes to the positive side for the millets and not for the negative side of the millets. We have to promote our branded millets in terms of awareness and in terms of promotion for the particular products which we are having or which we should include in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure listening to you, Dr. Kirti Punya. And we now move towards the felicitation of our dignitaries, for which we would like to invite on stage Director Sir Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi to felicitate Dr. Prabodh Haldi, Mr. Pavan Agarwal, our keynote address speaker, Mr. Pavan Agarwal, Dr. Prabodh Haldi, thank you, sir. Miss Shreya Pandey. Post the felicitation, we will have a group photograph. That is a token of remembrance for each one of our speakers. I request everyone to join us for the group photograph on stage. The speakers, the oral presenters. We request you to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Yes. And next we have a panel discussion, branding, packaging, labeling and regulations. This panel discussion is going to be moderated by Chief Executive Officer WebAg Limited, Bangkok, Thailand, Mr. A.K. Sarawat. So much talk about great packaging. I must mention that when I saw this millet puff, which is manufactured in the NIFTIM campus, I think another very proud achievement for NIFTIM. I think if you put this puff, sir, and another puff in two different bowls, a person cannot make out which one is a millet puff. And I think they are really, really delicious. So I'm definitely taking more than one packet home, ma'am. Thank you so much. So really congratulations to the NIFTIM campus for all these achievements. And with that, we request our moderator of the next panel, Mr. A.K. Sarawat, to kindly take over. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Hello and good morning to everybody here. I would like to start this session which we call on the branding, packaging, labeling and regulations. So I would like to invite our panelists. First, Dr. Tanveer Alam. He is the Director of Indian Institute of Packaging, New Delhi. Then Mr. Srijit Mulyalil. He is the CEO and co-founder of True Element Mumbai. Then Dr. Amit Sharma, Director, FSI, New Delhi. And Mr. Krishna Kumar Joshi, Head Regulatory Affairs, ITC, Bangalore. And finally, Mr. Suleiman Jinting, Country Lead, Harvest Plus, Indonesia. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Harinder O'Brien and all the people, the senior management of NIPTEM, my distinguished colleagues, guests who came here from different part of the world. I was told in this conference, oh, I'm sorry, I missed one more panelist, Ms. Priyam Arora. She is with the Embassy of Chile in New Delhi. And last but not the least, all the staff who is supporting this conference and all my dear students, faculty members, researchers over here. So we are running a bit short of time, so I'll start straight with the our session. So you know, in any organization or any company which wants to sell the product and services, the branding, packaging, labeling is very important. I don't know how many of you, know that there is a thing which you wash your clothes, which is called detergent, right? But in my childhood, when I was young, nobody knew detergent. They only knew the surf, Nirma. So the brand becomes synonymous to the ingredients what you have over there. Now everybody knows how Amul, if you want to buy a butter or anything, just go buy Amul. So this is the power of branding. So any successful launch of the product or service, if you want to enhance the business, the branding is very, very important. Similarly, the packaging is also important. You know, when the Tetra Pak came, the packaging started in the food, it revolutionized the food industry, basically. So you can store the food for longer time in these kind of packaging. So packaging is also very vital component of entire supply chain management in food industry. And recently, because of the digitization, the labeling becomes more important. You need not to describe everything, just scan the product labeled, and then you can find all the information in that. So it will be more and more. And I was talking to IBM director, and he said in few years' time you will not have anybody on the vending in the department stores. All through, you just take a trolley, go through it, and through the labeling they will scan it. Automatically scanning, and you can price it out and just send the bill. So that's all going to be happen in future. So I have very distinguished members of this panel. I would like to start with Dr. Tanveer Alam, and my sincere request to all of you, please be brief, because we just have half an hour to conclude this session. So first question to you, Dr. Alam, how does sustainable packaging play a role in branding of millet products, and what sustainable packaging solutions have been successfully adopted by brands in India? Please. Oh, you have a presentation, right? Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
You will come here. Oh, this fine. This fine. Very good morning, and thanks to the organizer, especially director of NIPTEM, given this opportunity to interact, and especially the subject which is very close to my heart is the packaging. And of course, the sustainable packaging is the buzzword of today. But before that, I would like to share that what we are doing for the millet mission of the country, as we know that this is the millet year, international year, and Indian Institute of Packaging is working very closely with the International Institute of Millet Research Institute, Hyderabad. Some of the research, some of the packaging design we have done for the millet. So you can look at how we have to start. When we talk about the design of packaging, this is very much important. And design of packaging is in two aspects we can say. Like first is the functional design of the packaging, which we can say is the engineering design of the packaging, how to protect, how to give the strength to carry your product during the storage and handling. That is how much the strength is required to carry or contain your product and preserve your product. But more important nowadays is that we are talking about the branding, labeling, how we have to promote this, especially this millet, how we have to market it both in national and international market. So some of the preliminary work we have done based on that, some of the newer innovative design we have done. we can categorize, we have categorized and classified the millet into two broader aspects in terms of the packaging. First is the premium value of the category of the product, and based on that, we have developed a sustainable packaging. First factor, basic factor, we have incorporated and considered is the visual appeal, how to attract. I would like to say we have done some survey, and based on that, we found that 3 seconds is sufficient to affect the purchasing behavior of sellable purchasing, influence the purchasing behavior of the customer. And first of that, color combination of a packaging is very much important. Whatever the color, which gender, which group attracts. Based on that, we have to find out which is the most suitable color to attract the customer and influence the customer. Then balanced color scheme is very much important. Then contemporary graphical scheme, vibrancy, then flexible, convenient packaging is considered. Then functionality and how, where to store and how long do we have to store, what type of the shelf life is required, what will be the mode of transportation. This all consideration we have to consider, these factors we have to consider to design a premium packaging. And next category, which is the retail packaging, which is also we can say the packaging for the mid-sector segment. So these are the 4 factors we consider: decent visual appeal to the customer, then how it is lighter or heavier, then monochrome or contrasting graphics and color combination. And 4th one is that flexible packaging and how it is user and convenient to use. And 3rd category, which is mass low cost packaging, we have to consider simple or fancy visual alignment. 3rd important factor we have considered for the common packaging, common man packaging is the traditional graphic, and overall is the cost is very much important, but we have to decide the packaging for the common man. So based on that, the packaging design, especially the sustainable packaging design, as for the first question issued by the panel chairman, we have to consider the physical, what the physical losses caused by the poor packaging or unpackaging and substandard packaging. Then next is physiological consideration, the temperature variation, which is very much important. How the product to be stored, whether the product is low temperature storage condition or high temperature storage condition, and above that, more important now is that how we have to control from the biological factors, macroorganism protect from the macroorganism. Therefore, we are talking about now these days antimicrobial packaging system now. After the pandemic, we also consider how we have to protect the product from that we have to have antiviral packaging systems or no packaging or no touch packaging systems. The most important consideration for the concept generation of design we have to know these days is to make the sustainable packaging, eco-friendly packaging systems, and how we have to reusable. And 3rd important innovation, innovative packaging design, so that we can use it multiple times. Then branding, how we have to ergonomic. When we talk about these days, convenient in terms of the expectation from the consumer is that ergonomic, how we have to hold it, how we have to reuse it, how we have to carry it, lighter in weight packaging, so don't get the system of the packaging to low down the carbon footprint level. These are the concept generation. Based on that, you can see how we have to do the packaging design. First, you can see how we have developed based on the concept inspired from the barnyard millet. One concept. So we have to depict the grain on packaging so that the one important aspect of the packaging come, touch and feel we have to give. So that way of the packaging we have developed, you can see these are the basic need of the graphic information we need to consider that you can see easy to obtain consideration, other factors, these are the different color combinations, and then of course labeling compliance is very much important. 12 commandments of the labeling compliance is very much important nutritional aspect. We have to incorporate some of the highlights. You can see how big and then some symbolic representation as a part of packaging graphic is important. Then you can see another
Dr. Alam,
factors.
can you please be brief?
Sir,
Yeah,
this is how it, just 1 minute sir, I will finish. Okay, these are the another packaging design. You can see how we can differentiate this millets to the other locally available non-brown packaging materials, how the different features are being incorporated to develop this. These are the four. You can see first concept, how it is different from concept number 2 and concept number 3 and concept number 4. So all four, one product, four packaging design, all innovative, attractive packaging we have designed for the millet grain. Now another packaging you can see, the ragi flex packaging, four options with innovative and attractive aesthetically designed and with the sustainable consideration we have done. So this structure, when we talk about the sustainable packaging, so then we have to consider so whatever the multi-layer you have to make the packaging that should be sustainable and with the consideration of valuable inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Alan. So with any industry, a new industry which grow basically, and when you introduce new products or new services, it's very important to all of the entrepreneurs. So we have a very good entrepreneur here. He was just briefing us. They have made a phenomenal progress in a very short time. So I would like to ask Mr. Sujit, there are a lot of startups nowadays coming up in every sector in India. India become basically a hub for startups. So most of them are either in small and medium enterprises and micro enterprises. How these companies are going to put their product with health and wellness, and if so, there is any government policy which can support these enterprises, please?
There are many government policies available at each stage. So at an incubation stage, there are multiple incubation centers. In millet specific, we have, let's say, NutriHub from Hyderabad, IIMR supported NutriHub. So there are incubation centers where you can reach out to check what you're working on is viable, what you're working on is scalable. So you could take their help when you're starting up. That's first stage. Then at an IP level, intellectual property level, there are government supports to get subsidy for trademark registration. So at each stage, there are supports available at government. In specific, in our case, during COVID, I wouldn't be sitting here if not for the support from Maharashtra Social Venture Fund, because we were working with Johar. We got support from Maharashtra Social Venture Fund in terms of funds to work on millets. So there are multiple supports and schemes available at each stage of the startup you are in, whether you are scaling, whether you are at ideation level. So seek out for, because I cannot go through all those lists right now. So ideation, scaling, market, or even for example at our stage now we are not on ideation level, we are at scaling level. We got support from government for under PLI. We got PLI from Ministry of Food Processing for promoting more millet-based products. So seek out for the stage you are in and look out for schemes is what I would want to summarize and give it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sujit. So now it comes, you have the entrepreneurs, you have the brandings, and then how do you control the industry? Any industry which grows needs certain regulations, isn't it? So may I ask Dr. Amit, what are the current regulations and the standards governing the productions, the labeling, the packaging in this industry, please?
Hello. So I will be very specific. And looking at the development of the standards, it almost started way back in year 2018 with the Ministry of Agriculture for the first time. They rebranded the millets, 15 millets as a new cereal. And that was the time what Pawan sir has said that there was a need felt to develop the standards for the millets. And subsequently last year the draft notification was released and it is now effective from 1st of September 2023. The standard for the millets primarily comprises of two aspects. One is the quality and another is the safety aspect for the millets. The comprehensive group standard for the quality parameters primarily comprises of the parameters like moisture content, uric acid content, the extraneous matter, the presence of or limit for the other edible grains, the shriveled or damaged grains, etc. And the purpose of doing this is to ensure the availability of wholesome and quality material for the domestic as well as for the export market. As we know that India is now becoming a hub for the export of millets as well. And then the safety parameters have been aligned with the contaminant regulation of the food safety regulation.
Thank you very much. So it's good to know that you are having now and trying to develop and enforce these standards. Right? There's a very distinguished guest here from the ITC. And they are the people who are working on the field, real one. They have to sell their products. So what are the Dr. Joshi or Mr. Joshi, what are the specific labeling requirement or certifications that millet-based products brands need to have to build trust and credibility in the market? Mr. Joshi.
Thank you, sir. I'll be blunt and I'll be very optimistic also. One thing is that for millets, there is no specific certification or logo kind of thing is available as of now in the entire world. Okay. So you might have seen Shreya and Pawan sir has already spoke about various kind of logos, but those are applicable to everything, all kind of products. Now the question comes, how industry has to use it. Do you think that if I put 8 logo on my product, you will not be confused, right? So whenever there is a policy is being designed, we have to keep that in mind that the specificity should be there. Otherwise, consumer will get confused on this. There are many logos, F logo, and you have in-gap certifications, you have ISO 22000, you have ISO 9000, so many certifications, logos, halal, kosher, etc., etc. Everything is there. But you can't put all the things in your practice, because it will confuse consumer unnecessarily and it may retard his buying behavior also. What is important, which I felt, is that the word which is coined by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Anna, can we design some logo according to that and then advise industry to put on their millet products? That is something I believe is important. There are certain other things like we used to, in colloquial language, we used to call it as a superfood. So can FSSAI also look into it to look these kind of terminologies or logos can be used by industry to promote the millet products? There are good initiatives from FSSAI, but there is a fear of litigation also. So for that reason, if FSSAI can standardize those terminologies, logos, etc., it will be beneficial for millet products. I think this is, I would like to sum up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. We'll take in the next round here. There is another very important aspect of this country. The largest producer of millet in the world. Basically, millet is produced in Asia and Africa. So, I would like Ms. Priyam Arora, India also exporting a lot millets also. Last year, I think 2021, they exported more than 75 crore millet products all over the world. Do you see some possibilities of exporting millets to Chile?
Thank you for the question. Of course, I do see that because in past years, India and Chile have established a strong trade relationship that is not only based on the mutual benefits but also marked by the political and commercial friendliness. So I'm delighted to address that enduring trade relationship between India and Chile. So we are certainly open to exploring the opportunity to create a market of millets in Chile and to support India in this endeavor. While the subject of millets may be relatively new to Chile, but we are beginning to explore its benefits and its potential. This nutritious and sustainable crop has emerged as a new point of discussion, as a focal point in our discussion. So this will not only open up fresh opportunities in terms of trade, but also signifies our commitment to promoting healthier and more sustainable dietary choices. Over time, both India and Chile have worked diligently to understand and cater to each other's demands, ensuring that our products can find eager consumers on both the sides. The reliability and consistency of supply chain has enhanced, guaranteeing that the flow of goods remain uninterrupted. There are the three most important factors which needs to be considered in maintaining the dynamic trade relationship, and those are demand, supply and price point. So the strong relationship between Chile and India serves as an evidence of a long-lasting connection and common goals that our governments and businesses share. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyam. It's good that you are promoting the trade between India and Chile, right? We need to trade more and more for the welfare of the world. So, Dr. Alam want to say something on that.
Just I was hearing, so I see regarding the labeling, so far we have to put minimum 14 labeling compliances, and it becomes so compact, labeling becomes so compact, nobody can read it, not legible to read all the information. Now the better movement is that other part of the world, European countries are now working and implemented for digital label information. So now the panel, scientific panel of labeling and packaging, they are very much serious about that, how we have to all labeling information to make it integrated with the digital form. It is need of hours. So that the scientific panel is very much serious how we can adopt so that more better design, lesser printing should be there so that it becomes more eco-friendly and sustainable.
In fact, FSI has already started. They have given us leeway to put your manufacturing address and license number of your co-manufacturers through barcode. So that's option available. So I think scientific panel is progressing on that, how to reduce this clutter on the label and communicate the desired information to the consumer.
Most visible and effective way. Another part, a few days back we had a meeting, sir. Just it is very much important to share to the audience. We are the part for GS1 also. Now we are very much, GS1 is also very much sincere and serious about that, how we have to integrate the other information, compliances, barcode with the QR code integration. So all information you can get it in one click on a smartphone. That is also going to happen in future level in the
I think that's the trend of the day now. It's going to be QR coded. All the informations need to be scanned and people can easily accessible. So again, I come back to Mr. Srijit, to you. The entrepreneurs are there. Some of them are making really great inventions and great products, right? But the biggest part to how to mobilize them, how do they find the promotion channels, to promote their product and develop their business.
The biggest, again, in the context of millet, the biggest apprehension people have is it tasty? So what you do while promoting is, one, break that apprehension. So trials is the best way to break that, but you can obviously do so many trials. So bring trial and the digitization together. So get influencers, try your product and create content is what we use as a startup. That's how we reach audiences. That means you are putting in authenticity and then taste cue is being given. So the quickest and ROI best way is to do activations digitally through influencers. That's what I would advise.
So you say the role of influencers is very important, right? So they have to spend out big money on that. Anyway, let's come to when you do the promotions. There are a lot of advertisement coming to the in different media, and people are making staggering claims which are not probably true. So, Dr. Amit, as the regulation specialist, right? How do you control these infurious, I would say, the advertisement claims, etc. Is there any definite regulations by the government, or what you are doing on that?
Basically, sir, these are the issues which we face almost on a daily basis. When some of the influencers, they may be positive influencers, some may be the negative influencers. And what else, sometimes recent back we have a case of Bonvita wherein whatever was declared on the label, same thing was said by the influencer itself, so nothing wrong into it. But since labeling is utmost important and we come across several labeling related non-compliances, so Food Safety Authority has come up with an advertisement and claim regulation. There are basic few cardinal principles in that regulation. One is that the claim must be truthful, unambiguous, meaningful and not misleading. And it should help the consumers to comprehend the information they provide. Next, it says that the claim shall not encourage or condone excess consumption of any particular food. The claim shall not state, suggest or imply that a balanced or a varied diet cannot provide a particular nutrient and that may be provided by the particular product. And if there is any benefit by virtue of a processing, then they should mention the processing of that particular product on the label itself. These are basic cardinal principles which are mentioned in the advertisement and claims regulation. And on a weekly basis, we also keep on monitoring the advertisement in the social media in our office. And we keep on sending the notices to those companies because especially for the millet, there is always a tendency to overclaim, which may not be compliant with the regulatory requirements. Thank you.
Very good. This is a very good, wonderful work you are doing on that. So I come back to you, Mr. Joshi. See, any regulations in any country, when they are adopted, the government has interaction with the industry associations, manufacturer associations, and all the stakeholders. So how do you see the role of these organizations in regulations by the government?
So basically, I will make my observation bullet point. Number one, there should be an evidence-based quality standard. It should not be based on the academics, right? Because then industry will not work on that. So it should be based on what is being sold in the market, whether it is safe, whether it has certain kind of issues or not. That has to be evaluated, data has to be evaluated, then the standard has to be set. This is the primary point I would like to make. I would request Mr. Amit from FSSAI to look into the alcoholic acidity issue which is currently there in the all millet products. Whatever being is sold in the market, there is some issue with the alcoholic acidity. So that has to be resolved because it's not a safety parameter, it's a sensorial parameter. If somebody is getting some off note, he will reject the product and your product will not be sold going forward, right? So I will request FSI to look into it. There is some integrated approach is missing with respect to NFSM programs, RADP, RKVY, ICRISAT, IAMR. So integrated platforms or integrated understanding is missing. That has to be improvised. As far as the codex is concerned, codex has only two standards for pearl millet and jowar flours. So they have to look into other standards also because you have pseudo millets, you have other millets as well. I think the GST part has to be looked at so that the farmers can be promoted or these kind of products can be promoted. Include millet in India's foreign policy. It is there, but there is aggressiveness is missing. So we need to have that. As far as the infrastructure improvement subsidies, as I told you, integrated platform should be there so that the farmer can get one-shot solution for their problems. Industry can get one-shot solution from their problem from that particular platform. Wherein all types of research institutions, government institutions, NGOs, industry, everything should be there. So that kind of integrated approach is required to boost up the millet promotions and the brand. So these are the few things which I thought, which will help us to understand how the millet can be improvised. There is one more, on a lighter note, Pawanji said he is buying millet products at 200 rupees per kg. Being a responsible organization as an ITC, you can get ragi in 81 rupees per kg, multi-millet 130 rupees per kg, and obviously we have a gluten-free flour which is closer to 200 rupees kg. So you can use and try that. Thank you very much.
So Mr. Joshi is also advertising his product to this. Okay. So let's come to Mr. Suleiman. We are in the same boat. I am in Bangkok, you are in Jakarta, right? Pardon?
I'm in Medan.
Medan, okay, Medan, yeah. So in Indonesia, I am in Thailand. How do you see the opportunities for millet popularization in Asia? It's getting popular, I know. That many chefs are promoting, many restaurants are promoting. How do you see, based on your work with the government and other agency, how they want to popularize the millets?
Yeah, I think there is a very big possibility to promote millet in Asia. And if you look at the history, there is a long history relationship between India and other countries in Southeast Asia. And this collaboration is formally established. We call this ASEAN India Summit. In fact, about 2 weeks ago, on the 7th of September, there was a ASEAN India Summit meeting in Jakarta, attended by the President of Indonesia and other chairmen from the ASEAN countries, and also attended by the Prime Minister of India. Yeah, I think we can use the channel to support the promotion of millet under framework of ASEAN program called Integrated Food Nutrition Security. Because we know that millet is very good, high nutrition, and also adaptive to the climate, where the other countries, they have a problem in nutrition and also problem with the climate change. I think with this framework, we can promote millet together to other countries, especially in the Southeast Asia region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sulaiman. We can popularize, but incidentally I came to know India is the largest exporter and Indonesia is the largest importer in ASEAN for millets. Okay, that's right. So it was a, I would say, wonderful discussion with the contribution from our distinguished panelists. We are running short of time, so I need to conclude that some very good thoughts has been given by our panelists here. So please go ahead.
So I have few more suggestions to popularize millet products. One is that quick approval for the improved crop varieties is required. The government intention is required for that. FAO, Food Agriculture Organization, should also frequently organize seminars and provide a subsidy on, participant accommodation, etc., so that interest is generated. Millet cafe chain is one of the example which people can explore to attract young generation. Optimization of technology in dehulling. Dehulling is a big problem in millets. So optimization of that, how to do, you are the guys who can do research on that. I would also request to rope in doctors, to popularize this kind of, product to their, consumers or their patient or whosoever it is in an appropriate way. Subsidy on the millet equipments to be enhanced. It is there, but it is mixed with something else. So it should be specific. So that has to be done. As I told you, FSI is standard for millet flours wherever the issue is need to be resolved. And private players has to be roped in mandatorily. Reserve Bank or World Bank should also be focused on the giving certain kind of funds to these kind of products to promote technology. And most importantly, combination of government finance and decentralization of procurement process is very, very important for promoting the millet products. Lastly, I would like to say that woman has to be at the center of the millet ecosystem, from pre-preparation to production to consumption, including woman economic empowerment. Because the entire food is roam around towards the woman, so it has to be there.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are running out of time, so that's a good thing. Good suggestions came from panelists in terms of that we are developing packaging, branding, regulations are there, and then the entrepreneurship ecosystem is being developed in the country. So I would like to thank all my panelists here, which has contributed here, and also Professor Upadhyay for coordinating this session here. Thank you very much. Thanks all. Give them a big round of applause. Thanks.
We would like to thank Mr. Sarawat for so wonderfully cooperating and helping us get a little on time. Thank you so much, sir, and to all the panelists as well for their cooperation. We would now have a felicitation ceremony. I request Mr. Sarawat to kindly felicitate each of our panelists, starting with Dr. Tanveer Alam. a felicitation of the panelists by our moderator. And I guess Millet Cafe, now that really sounds interesting. I think if I cross a Millet Cafe, I would definitely go in and check out what are the amazing snacks they are serving. So yes, that's something, that's an idea to take home amongst all the other amazing ideas that were shared here today. I'd like to invite Mr. Srijit Mulail. Dr. Amit Sharma. Mr. Krishna Kumar. Thank you, sir. Ms. Priyam Arora. And post this felicitation, we will have a group photograph. Before that, we would also like to invite Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Shri S.K. Jha sir, to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. A.K. Sarawat. And now we invite everyone for a group photograph along with Mr. Jha. This also brings us to our next session, session number 9. And this is on the topic of global policies for popularizing millets. For this, the session coordinator is Dr. Sanjay Bhayana, Professor Food Business Management and Entrepreneurship Development, NIFTM Kundli, and Rapporteur Dr. Anupama Panghal, Associate Professor FBM and ED, NIFTM Kundli. In this session, I would like to invite the following dignitaries to kindly take dais. Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Shri Sanoj Kumar Jha, and Professor, University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, Canada, Dr. Venkatesh Meda. In this session, which will be the final technical session. After this, we have a lunch break, and after the lunch break, we have Honorable Union Minister coming to join us, as well as the whole valedictory session will commence at that time. We will also be giving away the prizes in that session. So I'm sure we are all learning a lot. We have all learned a lot about millets. And with every session, there is so much new information, so many new insights. So if any of us is playing KBC and the final 1 crore question is around millets, we are definitely winning. We have learned so much. Now we know it all. So now it's time to learn some more. Let's learn about the global policies for popularizing millets. Yes, the Mission Millets is going on, everybody. This is the International Year of Millets, which is 2023. And the keynote address is going to be by a gentleman who is an IAS officer from Sikkim, who has been appointed as the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. He holds the position of Additional Secretary and is responsible for various crucial portfolios under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, including mega food parks, cold chain infrastructure, Operation Greens, backward and forward linkage, agro-processing clusters, central efficient treatment plants, food testing laboratories, hazard analysis and critical control points implementation, and research and development in the food processing sector. We are very privileged to have you amongst us, sir. I would like to invite for the keynote address, Shri S.K. Jha.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I can see a lot of experts here in millets. So I, being from the government and have very little knowledge of millets, so I'll not get into benefits of millet, but I would rather speak something about what the government has been doing and what we have been finding. It has been a great conference, and I spoke to the director just a while ago, and there has been presence from Government of India officials, the affiliated organizations. There have been foreign speakers, the foreign government missions located in Delhi, they have been present. There have been a few celebrities who have been here. The industry presence has been there in a big way. The other stakeholders, and I can find my friend Mr. Venkatesh, whom I met last year in Saskatoon, who would be delivering an address subsequently. So it has been a wonderful occasion to be here. I have not been to NIFTEM. I have been in the ministry for about 1.5 years, and I have not been able to visit NIFTEM. So it has been on a personal front, it has been an additional opportunity for me to go around and see what the institute offers. First, let me talk about the new director which has joined about a month back, and he is very active in the sense that he wants, NIFTEM to do something great, be it interaction with the industry, be it with the regulator, be it with the government, be it with the state governments also. And we had a very short chat about half an hour back, and he looks to be somebody who would make a difference, and maybe millet would be one of the sectors which would get benefited because of his presence. Now coming to the millet part, the advantages in terms of health, in terms of cultivation, or any other benefits is very well known to most of the people who are present or who are deliberating on millets. But we need to popularize. We need to popularize millets. Millets is something which has been a staple food for years, for ages for Indians. But gradually, since maybe because of green revolution or subsequent policies, it went into the background. It was thought to be a poor person's food. But as we enter this decade, the importance of millets has been felt at all levels, be it the industry, be it the government, even at international levels. The International Year of Millet, this is the International Year of Millets at the behest of India. This has been declared so by the United Nations, and
I mean, I have been to a few countries in the last year or so. This seems to be catching up with people. People have come to know that there is something called millets. There are some advantages. I mean, the moment you call that this is a superfood, people would like to understand what all does it offer. And India being the largest producer of millets, maybe we have got additional duty of making it reach the people, not only of our country but other parts of the world. There are a lot of other countries who are growing millets, importing or exporting millets. But the benefits that accrue because of millets, the research that has gone into other cereals, the same extent has not been seen in millets. Maybe with passing years, we would have a lot of data and which would support the benefits of millets. As regards the ministry, we have got several schemes. Many of you would be aware we have got something called PLIS, Production Linked Incentive Scheme, wherein we have got exclusive segment for millets. A lot of large, medium as well as small industries have been chosen during the last year. We have got a scheme called PMKSY, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, under which we provide subsidy for setting up units. People have set up some millet units, millet processing units. So maybe if you know people, they can take advantage of this scheme. Under the small micro enterprises and small enterprises, we have got something called PMFME. I mean, we have got a target of setting up about 2 lakh micro processing units in throughout the country. Maybe people can take advantage. We have got roughly about 70,000 people, 70,000 units which are, getting set up. So even that benefit can be taken by people, by entrepreneurs. We are also organizing a fair called World Food India 2023 in the month of November. We have reached out to a lot of people, be it the international presence, be it the state government presence, the domestic industry, buyers from foreign countries, foreign governments, regulators, almost all sectors which are related to food processing. We have reached out to them, and we expect it to be a huge conference just barely a month from now, and millets would be a very prominent, a very important segment of the fair that we are going to organize. A good sign that I can see from the initiatives that government has taken, that the industry, the academia has taken, is that people say that the prices of millets has been going up. It's simply not that it itself is a great sign, but it's giving a benefit to the farmers, the people who grow it, which would help them to produce more, to invest more, and it also means that the consumption has gone up. People are looking forward to it. There are a lot of e-platforms which have got lots of varieties of millets which are being sold. The bigger firms in India, I won't name, but there are lots of them who are producing millets, different varieties of millet products which are being produced and being sold domestically as well as overseas. I hope through a conference like this, we would be able to popularize, bring the benefits of millets to the masses, to the world, and our farmers would benefit, the world would benefit. We would be able to have or support a healthy and disease-free populace. And all the best to the organizers of this event, and I look forward to having such events in the future also. Thank you very much for inviting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Presence of guests and speakers like you is what adds to events like these, and it makes them more and more valuable. And now we have the next talk by Professor, University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, Canada, Dr. Venkatesh Meda.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. How are you all doing at the back? You had a nice breakfast? How many of you consumed millets this morning? 1, 2, couple. Cookies? Nice. So I think I just wanted to throw that out because consumption may have doubled or tripled or even exploded in the last 48 hours. That's okay. We can store that energy for a little more while camels do that in desert, right? Storage for better utilization when we need the most. So the talk today is going to be kind of an informal, but also I'll touch upon the key points that is quite relevant to the theme of the conference, but overall intent of engaging with the community. So NIFTEM is not new to me. I often enjoy and support and learn every time I visit or deliberate on matters such as this, or during PhD thesis evaluations that often I enjoy reading from your own campus, and also a nice undergraduate research project that comes across once a while to receive attention. So the point I'm trying to make is we are talking about global policies in popularizing of millets. It's a very heavy agenda on the title itself, starting with the word global. Let's look at local first, which India I think is a leader in millets. IYOP, recognized by and endorsed by the Food and Agricultural Organization. It's a big thing. In Canada, where I come from, I don't think we hardly know from my colleagues' knowledge perspective who are in agricultural setup, they probably would not have had an opportunity to engage actively as Indian researchers or Indian food technologists on millets. So there is an advantage of a home run within India, and NIFTEM proudly can take that and pat the shoulder to be on that forefront. Now coming to policy. That's a difficult piece. I think there are some colleagues on the dais who are well seasoned administrators, visionaries and executing officers at policy level. We always sometimes play a game on showing fingers on somebody else which we may not have control on implementing those. Somebody suggests that low glycemic index should be labeled on a millet based fortified rice, for example, rice products or cereals or other mainstream commodities. I shouldn't say that main, everybody is main in the nutrition world, and the ecosystem that we are on have equal respect. So equity in social justice, that's where the talks are happening at the policy level. Who are the drudgeries in the field level that are involved in the production of millets or processing? It's all women, youth or sometimes children. So we didn't spend much time on those in the last 2 days, but that's very fundamental in terms of equity. So when we talk about policies and local to global, it's a transition, it's an integrated piece. Intersectoral convergence have to happen. Very good arrangement by NIFTEM's authority over the years to include agriculture and basic sciences and humanities in the curriculum. You need not go and register for courses in a conventional agricultural university to learn those. It's coming here and you are mingling with other disciplines. That's fundamental in curriculum mapping, innovation. And those are the individuals who sit on those committees and roundtables when they write policy. Popularizing millets is a key piece that is timely. I took a keynote opportunity on pulses when I was invited to deliver such a talk on International Year of Pulses in 2016 and ending to 17. I was at the ICRISAT campus in Hyderabad, and following the COP conference in Dubai, the Pulse Conclave that happens every year, alternate year in Canada and in India. So we are coming from a pulse lentils belt of the North American agrarian practices. And I don't want to talk about geopolitical environment as of now, but I think the food security is what we are looking at in terms of achieving the SDG goals that are still way beyond 2030, 9 billion to 10 billion population. We heard a lot of lectures, plenaries yesterday on feeding the 10 billion book that was released, and our colleague from Netherlands, diplomatic office was here. So the point I'm trying to connect is convergence portfolio or a platform is producers, laborers, and that's where the social justice and other things come in. So, ownership rights as well as intellectual property. I think recipes we heard, CFTRI has come and many other participants have come. We often get too narrowed down in the policies when it comes to translation of that. From students' perspective, I think you can challenge those and include that in your elective class. Learn the micro and macroeconomic principles and humanities and relate that to the technological world that's happening in terms of processing, innovation, and also consumer behavior. Last but not the least, I think it's the consumer attitudes and behavior is dominating the entire spectral agri-food processing industry. You simply can't like the color or texture or the mouthfeel, forget about your innovation. Consumers can blindly reject on the spot. So, implementing and popularizing, use the social media, use the heavily knowledgeable and literary population and promote that. I think countries will follow. India is in the lead, so that's why I want to recognize that and acknowledge. But right now I don't think there is one single global policy on implementation and popularization of millets. No. So the task and opportunities are ahead of us in plentiful manner, and I think NIFTEM can contribute significantly through connections with ICAR, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, other academic and niche institutions worldwide. Netherlands was here, I think our colleagues from UK, Argentina, and Africa was also here. So this is a global consortium. I think we have 10, 12 international participants. We were talking about that in the last 2 days to have a consortia and have a hub activity at NIFTEM. So that's, I think, something that's brewing in our heads to go forward. In terms of interaction, I think a special focused workshops or a day seminar only to talk about that is a good thing, and in a 3-day packed event such as this, it's a good pressure points to identify, but also to go forward in terms of beyond December 31st, where International Year of Pulses will no more celebrated in a grand scale such as this, but this is only a beginning. So we have a Johnson Shoyama's Public Policy Institute, our institute. We have Global Institute for Food and Water Security. There is a place for millets to be recognized there, and consumption can happen anywhere in the world as long as people's sensory evaluations are done. That's fine. People will appreciate, even they don't know anything about ragi or sorghum or bajra or kodo millet. No, it's something that we consume as a holistic food, not than having 20 cookies on a plate and that's your meal. No, I'm looking at holistic protein intake per day, even in a remote accessible part of the world. So with that, I think I'd like to close upon 3 takeaways. Transdisciplinary R&D with an innovative mapping of curriculum, at least one course on policy or economics or social justice. If you have not heard about it, please gather that while you are here. That's for students. Faculty need to be updated as well on that, because you are the ones who will be sitting in the decision-making body in about 5 to 10 years or even earlier than that. So what do we expect the society to follow? How do we implement that? So Prime Minister's office, so that's a blessing in all disguises. So use the collaborations that are already out there to popularize and claim the first authorship on a white paper on this theme. So I'll be happy to support, continue my collaborations and engage with NIFTEM and beyond for the years to come. Thank you for an opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for those takeaways, for summing it up, and also for the motivational words you shared in your talk. We would now be having a felicitation ceremony, for which I request our session coordinator, Dr. Sanjay Bhayana sir, to please felicitate each one of our speakers. We'd like to felicitate Shri Sanoj Kumar Jha, I'd like to invite NIFTEM Director, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi sir to join us in the felicitation ceremony and help us felicitate Shri Sanoj Kumar Jha. And Dr. Venkatesh Meda. We would request everyone to join us for a group photograph. In this session, we will now be moving towards a panel discussion which will be moderated by our director sir, who has been driving force in advancing food technology in India. His initiatives include establishing microbiology labs nationwide and promoting rice fortification. He revamped FSSAI scientific panels to foster collaboration between scientists and the food industry. Dr. Oberoi's dynamic leadership aims to make food technology advancements accessible and beneficial to all, positioning NIFTEM Kundli at the forefront of this transformation in India. And I think we can see a great example of that with the ICMAINS conference. So, for the panel discussion on global policies for popularizing millets, please help me in welcoming on stage Director NIFTEM Kundli, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi. And sir, over to you. The panelists for this session are Mr. Suleiman Jinting, Country Lead, Harvest Plus Indonesia, Mr. A.K. Sarawat, Chief Executive Officer from Bangkok, Thailand, Webag Limited, Dr. Arvind C. Renade, Director, National Innovation Foundation, Gandhinagar, Ms. Priyam Arora, Embassy of Shile, New Delhi, Dr. Hedwig Natabirwa, Senior Research Scientist, Food Biosciences and Agribusiness Center, National Agricultural Research Laboratories, Kampala, Uganda, and Mr. Neeraj Prajapati, Director, Hari Prakash Agro Foundation, Delhi. Please welcome all our panelists.
Thank you, Swati, and very good morning. I think I'm fortunate enough because there's given me enough time. Most of the session moderators got only about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I have a little more time, so a little more leverage flexibility to take this session forward. So during the last 2.5 days, we've seen so much, we've heard so much. We have seen the scientific perspective of millets. We talked about millennials. In fact, in yesterday's B2B discussion, we had how to transform these millennials to millennials. So, from side of the plate to the middle of the plate. So, these are the interventions that are really needed, as it should not be a flash in the pan, that the year ends and we forget about millets beyond 31st December 2023. So, the pledge and the endeavor should be to continue this and ensure that we have a part of the millets in our diet in some way or the other, and take this campaign, the movement on. As the Honorable Prime Minister has always been saying that Government of India is now a sort of a repository. It's basically positioned our country in the global arena, global map. So with this, I welcome all the esteemed panelists that I have, and since they've been part of the panel earlier, I don't think they need any introduction. They're all stalwarts in their field. And let me start with Mr. Suleiman. Now, yesterday when we were talking about the millet production in Indonesia, You said in Indonesia there's only northern part which produces millets and there's not much which is being done. But when you have to popularize something, like I said initially, it's from the side of the plate to the middle of the plate. I'm sure there has to be some kind of initiative. And that initiative could come through branding, positioning, the government campaigns, the government policies, the popularization initiatives. So do you really think Indonesia can also come, because Indonesia has got the climate which is suitable for production of millet. So do you think you can position it somewhere in your country so that it takes this movement forward?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, obviously yes, there is a possibility to popularize millet in Indonesia. In fact, there is a need for Indonesian people to reduce rice consumption because of the food security and climate challenges. And looking at the advantages of millet, where it has high nutrition and also well adaptive to the climate, I think there is a possibility for us to promote millet in Indonesia. The concrete initiative is, of course, we need to get the support from the government. The policy is very, very important. And luckily, there is an ongoing program. Actually, it started from 2020 to 2024 and will be extended for another 20 years. It is about the provide access, better access, nutritious food for the people. So looking at this, what we have in the millet, the content, I think we can engage with that program. And we, Harvest Plus Indonesia, we are more than happy to be part in the popularizing millet in Indonesia. We can advocate the government to that program where we actively promoting biofortified rice in that program.
In fact, if you look at the history, we've been playing a relay race. We got the presidency from Indonesia only, the G20 presidency. So let's make the Thai palate also a little more palatable, because people say that Thai food is very good, but it's a little spicy. Maybe if you add millets to it, the spice content of the spice tinge, the flavor might a little elevate and you can relish it more. So good to hear that Indonesia is also progressing in that direction for popularizing millets and taking it a step forward. Mr. Sarawat, you've been going around the world, right? By birth you're an Indian, the place of origin is Uttar Pradesh, and you've been to, almost all the countries in the world. So you've seen, do you think that, in fact, I'm sorry I talked Thai culture to you, that's talking about the Indonesian food. So the Thai palate also should have a combination of certain millets. And is Thailand growing millets themselves? And if they're growing, what is the kind of percentage of production? If you look at the total production of the cereal, the grains that Thailand has, what quantum is, what percentage is millets in that?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Oberoi. Let me tell you, in Thailand, you have the cuisine of all over the world. But unfortunately, they cannot, because of the climatic conditions, they don't produce any millet over there. The major crop, what they produce is rice, cassava and the sugarcane. They are number 1 in cassava, they are number 2 and number 3 in rice exports, and number 4 or 5 in sugar exports. But what now is happening in Thailand, because FAO is registered and operating from Thailand, the government of Thailand, the Ministry of Agriculture, and even Ministry of Tourism, they cooperate a lot on that. So what they are doing, they are running this campaign, Healthness and Wellness. Okay. So with that, they are promoting these products which are high in proteins and the minerals. And it is one of the products, millet is, I think our scientists can reinforce that thinking. It is reducing the diabetes also. So, and the main cause of diabetes was, the researchers found out now, is not the insulation resistance or anything, but it's the chromium and the vanadium, these two elements which are not very common in our food. So probably they may be in that's a topic for further research. So through these healthness, wellness campaigns, what they organize many times the seminars and the exhibitions for the chefs. Through restaurants, they are popularizing it. And let me give you 2 examples from India itself. The one South Indian restaurant, they introduced ragi dosa in Thailand, which was not before, which is liked by people very much because of this nutritional content, and they also like the taste. So if this is, they want to popularize these kind of foods, they don't have this kind of, inhibition, oh, it's coming from there. I can vouch for it, any food of any kind in the world you can find in Bangkok. You'll be surprised. I'll come back to this issue on the next in the further discussion. But at the moment, government is really intending to popularize these kind of cereals in common diet and in the diet basically for the tourists and all other people coming to Thailand. Yeah.
Truly a testimony, whether you use a particular crop in the country or not, you can still have it. And Thailand, as you know, is known for its street food culture. Just like India, we find all samosas and pakoras and tikkis in the redis. So same is the case with Thailand and Singapore and many other countries. Now, it's really good to hear that the dosa, the Ranchi dosa, the cuisine of India is getting popular in Thailand. So it's a good opportunity for all our startups to look at, producing some kind of a batter, ready-made kind of a batter which could be sent to Thailand or Bangkok. I don't think it would take more than 3 to 4 hours to reach there, and then can be put in the shells. So we always look at the opportunity. That's what we call this. We've invited the startups and the budding entrepreneurs to be here with us, so that they look opportunity in everything that we discuss here. Thank you very much. That was a great. Now, how do you talk about you are from a National Innovation Foundation. So what are the innovations that you think should be done in case of millets to have a better accessibility and to ensure that they are made more popular, and any traditional knowledge which can be added to it to ameliorate it, looking at our cultural dishes. So what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Professor Oberoi. Let me take a couple of minutes to actually speak about the global policies for the popularizing millets in my own experienced way. I come from an area of Maharashtra, which is a very drought area. It's in a Marathwada. And if you largely see the production of crops in that area is largely the millet, and especially in, if you look at it, it's called jowar. I just mentioned this in the following way. When I was a young kid, and of course when home, my mother used to prepare, we call it as a bhakri. So as a young kid, we always dislike it, because you always like to go with the best tasty kind of an item that you have in the home. Now, the same scenario got changed when my grandmother used to prepare a different kind of upmas out of this jowar, flours. So which gives a sufficient idea to tell me that if you go with a little different makes by which such kind of an crops or maybe such kind of an item or a millet can be thought of producing or made it in a delicious way, and perhaps over the period now, because of the lot of technologies that you see, the millets are coming with the different varieties and all, and that's, I think, what is to be needed as a policy. The second aspect, as I said, the area from which I came, or rather from where I come from, it is a drought area, and as any farmer who will always like to go for the higher crop and more money. Now, what is needed as a policy is to speak about the population which is going to not have any condition, the higher waters in those areas. Now, what is important to make those populations or that societies to understand that what kind of crop that is going to help you is basically falls in the millet, and that advantage is coming by default. If you try to go into the other schemes, it's not going to value your farm, not going to value the product that you are looking for. So the policies which are going to frame in such a way to make those policies important for the perspective of what the product, what the crop the farmer should look for, and what the end result that the society can get from that. That means it gives a very clear idea that there is a huge amount of traditional knowledge sitting in the country like us, which has a huge variety of the communities across the country, and perhaps those traditional knowledge will be protected, and that is what perhaps the National Innovation Foundation has been trying that we are the important players to protect those rights of the farmers as well as the traditional knowledge holders, to so that such knowledge not only been protected but get popularized with the help of the work that they have been able to do, and that policy need to be more strengthened for the second matter. And then third, of course, what is needed is to have a more R&D policies by which the millets can be considered as one of the important crop by which the farmers in the whole value chain becomes an important parcel and make the important change. And the third and last important is how these entrepreneurs can be strengthened by ensuring that these millets get more and more widened. And of course, if you look at the global scenario, you will see there are many such kind of an agroclimatic conditions are there across the globe, which can help us to scout and identify such areas. And I think National Innovation Foundation has been doing an important and significant role in the aspect of that. So I think this is a simple kind of an answer to what the traditional knowledge holders as well as the policy framework is going to help for popularizing the millet from my point of view. So.
Yeah, I mean, well said. And just adding to that is, if you look at Irish ministry, all of us are aware about yoga, we are aware about the Ayurveda medicines, we take homeopathy, but now it has come in a different form altogether, in a different capsule altogether. So we are all now looking for the Dakima therapies for, the well-being and health. So times are coming back, it's an entire circle that we complete. So very impressive. And then let me go to Priyam. Priyam, when I met the High Commissioner of His Excellency, High Commissioner of Chile, that we're not much into it, and if I look at the demography, if you look at the South American total, the countries which are there in South America, most of them they use millets for feed purpose. And then, no, it's being used for feed purpose, and then you eat meat of the animals who are being fed on millets. So don't you think, there's a direct connect between the millets and the human food? It will make a lot of difference to the healthy lifestyle in people of Chile.
Thank you for the question. So yes, it would definitely make a great change. So while Chile showcases a diverse variety of fresh fruits, vegetables and grains, millets have not yet gathered the position or the potential what it actually deserves. So in Chile, the consumption of millets is primarily limited to only buckwheat and sorghum. So, and sorghum is basically used as animal feed. And but sorghum has also reached to the plates of the consumers. Also, there is a wide variety of millets that is yet to be known and explored. For instance, quinoa also is one of the major crop that is cultivated and consumed in Chile. And but the millets like foxtail, proso, or even pearl millet, these are not very common among the masses. But I would say that this would bring a great opportunity, and it's a need for an action to dive deep into this subject and explore more. And by venturing into this novel territory, I would say that millets definitely have the potential to be known as a nutritious and a sustainable crop. And the creation of market for millets in Chile would be, it's not just a possibility, it should be a goal that we should achieve together. And in doing so, not only we will create a thriving market of millets in Chile, but also we will be able to improve the overall health and well-being of our communities. Thank you.
We expect a lot of exports from India to Chile then? And then again, you have a meat consumption population, a sizable meat consumption population in Chile. There is no harm. Yesterday in a B2B meeting, somebody is talking about combining millets along with fish. Maybe you can think about exploring those kind of things, wherein the people in Chile also have the benefit of the nutrients that are there in the millets. Thank you. Dr. Hadley, I don't know how much millets you grow in Uganda, but then it's basically, if you look at the larger perspective, it's only been the Asian and the African continent where millets have been largely grown. And millets are something they have the 3 C's. Good for the climate, good for the consumer, and good for the cultivator. So now, like in Uganda, what is the kind of movement that you have to promote the nutritious aspect of millets? And also, are you, any traditional practices which are being carried out in Uganda for developing more and more different or diverse kind of products from?
Thank you. Just to bring to light, Uganda is one of the major producers of millet, and this occurs in the north, in the east, western and southwestern of the country. The 2 major millets we produce is sorghum and finger millet, or raji as known here. Talking about the production, currently we produce about 78,000 metric tons in a year of finger millet, while sorghum is about 200,000 metric tons. Now that sounds small, but then that amount of millet is able to cater for about 51% of the population. And speaking about millet, we get a greater nutritional benefit from the finger millet. That is a crop that is actually taken as a delicacy to many of the rural households. Why? When the people consume millet, they feel they get a satiety compared to the finer cereals like maize or rice. Actually, speaking about the elderly, you would not serve any elderly person a meal that is without millet. And one lucky thing is that we normally serve this kind of food with sauces made from legumes, meats or fish, therefore being able to further enrich its nutrition. Now, finger millet, on one hand, is a crop where we can be able to derive about 21%, 20 to 25% of nutritional value if consumed. And here I'm talking about the protein and iron. But then the question remains, what about the anti-nutritional factors that are contained within the grain? It is still a hindrance. However, to all food scientists and technologists, we know that when we process the food, we actually enhance the availability of the nutrients. And this way, our foreparents have depended on this food until today without getting any negative benefits, rather negative effects. Now, in our country, what is helping us to promote the millets? Actually, one of the things is we are considering millet as a health diet if consumed whole. And one of the approaches being used is to promote seed production and distribution in the country. Did I get your question right?
Yeah.
And we are using promoter agencies and community-based organizations. These go around the country to different aims to make sure that the people are able to continue producing millet even though we use rudimentary methods for production. There has been decline of the crop since 2015, but with the major campaigns that are ongoing via media and through community action, we believe that millet will actually increase in production to meet the demand that is within the country. And besides, to be able to export the crop.
Yeah, you have a ready market in Chile because you're combining it with the sausages, so I think that is something which they complement each other. That's a good one, but then because traditionally there are a lot of traditional products actually being produced from millets in different African countries. right? Like Nigeria, certain products which are made exclusively for millets. But one takeaway from what she now said is, the elderly population in Uganda, they ensure that they make sure that at least in a meal a day, they have a food which is made only from millets. So I think that is something which we should also, propagate in India and many other countries. Thank you, Dr. Hetty. We'll come back to you again. We'll come back to you again.
Can I continue briefly?
I said I'll come back to you again. Yeah. So that we, will give a fair chance to others as well. Now, again coming back to Thailand. So, I mean, in a general sense, let's leave the country's perspective on the other side. What do you think actually, what is your personal thought about promoting millets, not only millets, but the millet-based products? See, we've had discussions about millets not being tasty, the millet products which are coming out are not all that good. And yesterday in the B2B session, someone said that, the products are half full. I mean, but then, when we eat with the products which are made from millets, in fact, our institute has developed some recipes which are if you look at the texture of the products, if you look at the taste of the products, you're prophesizing, you're giving lectures in different institutes all over the world. What should be the actual strategies? You talk about branding, packaging, and there are different regulations in different countries. And so what is your take on promoting millets and the processed products of millets in a larger way?
Very good question actually, Dr. Oberoi. I will give you two successful stories, basically, two successful products launched. See, it all depends how efficient and sustainable your supply chain is. Food chain has to be very sustainable and has to be very efficient. One example comes from her neighboring country, from Ethiopia. They have a product, injera. I first ate injera in California, US. I was fascinated with that. It was wonderful product. I came back to Bangkok and I just want to find out where is the Ethiopian student, where I can have this injera. And you would be surprised, I got excellent injera in Bangkok. This is one successful example how you can market your product and you can export it worldwide. Another example was this quinoa product, quinoa, which is from Andes basically. It is very, very popular in Europe and US. Rather, it has gone through a boom and bust cycle. When this product was promoted, everybody said, oh, it's highly proteinated, highly proteinated. The farmers start growing it. So it become abundant supply. With the net result, the price dropped very sharp, and the farmers' economy basically busted. So these are the examples that you can really promote this. Another example I give: a successful entrepreneur from India established ragi dosa in Thailand, which is selling like normal dosa and very popular among them because people see the nutritional benefit. This whole depends on your supply chain. If you cannot deliver in time, you cannot deliver with the right quality, it's difficult to promote that product. So there are world over many things, which you can, across your borders, you can export, you can develop, and you can promote it, right? So these are two concrete examples I give you where our entrepreneurs can think, We have so many wonderful dishes and cuisine in India, and which is with millets. Another example I give you, they have meatballs. They call it meatballs in Thailand. In every curry you can find it. So that can be made like a fusion of ragi with meat and something like that. They add some with meat, sometimes some flour, sometimes another kind of thing in there. This could be another innovative product which can be developed by the NIPTM and some of the entrepreneurs and export to that country. right? So this is the chains. Another, I would say, what Dr. O'Brien may be knowing is this chili kebabs from Singapore. This is very famous, but they export it, right? So these are the food chains efficiency you can create and you can export worldwide. So these are the two examples I want to give it. And with that, the government also facilitate through these trade agreements and through other policies that they can provide these exotic foods in that country. One more example I want to give you, that's from States. I was there, and one of the entrepreneurs came to me. I was in a conference 2 months ago here, and he said, "Sir, I want to do something unique in terms of the pizza. Pizza is a common dish, everywhere you can find it." I said, "Why don't you make the pizza based with cauliflower?" And he was, "Sir, how can it be possible?" I said, "I ate it. It's so delicious, so wonderful. No gluten, nothing. So pizza based with cauliflower." And he said, "I will jump on it. I will start it right away." So these are some of the things, you can really think, be creative, innovative, and you can export worldwide. Thank you.
So small things can make a big difference. That is the clear message from the discussion, and strengthen the supply chain. A lot of e-commerce companies have started this business, and then somehow, somewhere I think that supply chain has been strengthened to a certain extent in our country. But yes, I think what is now needed is a very strong connect between the academy and the industry. Like yesterday when I was talking to Srijit, and they have come out with some the cookies which are made from millets, but then they're very hard to chew. He said that they have to be put in the milk and then they have to be consumed. And what they're adding there is the sap from the sorghum stalk. They're not adding any sugars or any external sugars or brown sugar or white sugar. So that's what I'm saying, industry should drive this revolution with the help of academy. Not only in India, but worldwide. And there cannot be a better ambassador for that in Neeraj Prajapati, who is known as the bicycle man of India. नीरज, आपने करीब 1,11,000 किलोमीटर साइकिल पर कवर कर लिया है। अब आपको विदेश से भी अब केवल लोग आपको देश में नहीं जान रहे हैं, विदेशों में भी लोगों ने आपको जाना शुरू कर दिया है। आपको रशिया से और काफी न्योते आ रहे हैं। अभी तक आपका जो फोकस रहा है, आपका जो केंद्र बिंदु रहा है, वो ये रहा है कि हम जो हमारा जैविक खेती है, ऑर्गेनिक कल्टीवेशन है, उसे हम प्रमोट करें, उसे हम आगे लेके जाएं। लेकिन अगर आप मिलेट देखें तो मिलेट तो अपने आप एक तरह के एक ऑर्गेनिक प्रोड्यूस है। तो बाइसिकल एम्बेसडर बन गए हैं। आपको लगता है कि अगर आप हर अलग स्टेट में जाएंगे, अलग अलग जिले में जाएंगे, मिलेट के लोगों से बातें करेंगे, तो शायद एक मैसेज पूरे देश में जाए, जनता में जाए। ये जो सो कॉल्ड मिलेनियल्स हैं, ये जो आपके सामने जो बैठे हैं, हमारी यंगर जनरेशन, वो भी अडॉप्ट करना शुरू कर दें। एक संदेश विभाग की तरह अब मिलेट को कैसे प्रमोट करना चाहिए?
सर, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे अभी हम लोग जो यात्रा कर रहे हैं, 1,11,111 किलोमीटर की जो यात्रा है, उसमें जैविक खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ये सभी सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में ही है, सभी खेती एक प्रकार की। तो इसमें अगर आप 5 साल पहले की बात देखें, 4 साल पहले की, जो उसमें ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग भी इतना पब्लिक अवेयर नहीं थी, इसमें हमने सभी ने मिलकर इस पर प्रयास किया। और आज आप कहीं भी बैठेंगे तो किसान या कोई भी कंज्यूमर जैविक खेती के बारे में चर्चा कर रहे हैं। तो जो मैंने अभी पिछले 2 दिन यहाँ पे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस मैंने अटेंड की और मुझे जो समझ में आया और मैंने देखा, और मैं अभी यहाँ से एक शपथ बोले या फिर एक आप लोग को एक प्रॉमिस करके जाता हूँ कि दिसंबर के महीने में 1 दिसंबर को कश्मीर से मैं साइकिल यात्रा चालू करूँगा और कन्याकुमारी जाऊँगा। और क्योंकि 3700 किलोमीटर की यात्रा होगी, जिसमें 1 महीना खाली मिलेट ही खाऊंगा। और इसके साथ में क्योंकि मैं किसानों के घर घर जाता हूँ, किसान भाई की समस्या, और पूरे भारत के 76 एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी, 106 ICR इंस्टीट्यूट, 731 KVK से मैं कनेक्टेड हूँ पूरे इंडिया में। इंडिया प्लस 46 हमारे जो CGIR इंस्टीट्यूट है वर्ल्ड वाइड, उनसे मैं कनेक्टेड हूँ। और मेरा ये मानना है कि जब हमने ऑर्गेनिक को जैसे एक बूंद के तौर से लेके आए, तो मिलेट को भी ऐसे लेके आए। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि 1 जनवरी को हम बात करें तो मिलेट के बारे में पूछना पड़े कि मिलेट क्या है। तो हमें इसको कंटिन्यूटी रखना है। तो इसीलिए मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि ये जो यात्रा होगी इसमें हमारे जो एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं उन्होंने जो सबसे बड़ा प्रयास किया है कि एकदम मिलेट को प्रोसेसिंग में लेके आए, फिर उसके बाद ऊपर उन्होंने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलप की, उनको मार्केटिंग की थोड़ी इश्यू है, समस्या है। तो मैं इस यात्रा में जो भी हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं मिलेट्स के, उनके प्रोडक्ट या उनके साथ मिलकर ये यात्रा करूंगा, और जो भी प्रोडक्ट हम यूज करेंगे मिलेट की उसकी एक वास्ट ब्रांडिंग भी करेंगे साथ में। क्योंकि एक फार्मर ने अगर या एक एंटरप्रेन्योर ने कोई प्रोडक्ट बना दिया तो उसकी ब्रांडिंग करने के लिए वो किसी बड़े पब्लिक फिगर को बुलाता तो एक बहुत ज्यादा अमाउंट चार्ज हो जाता है, और वो अगर वो चार्ज करेगा तो फिर वो स्टार्टअप कैसे कर पाएगा। तो ये हम ब्रांडिंग उसको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट करेंगे। तो ये मेरा एक प्रयास है कि, और मेरा एक दूसरा प्रयास आपसे है कि जो आप लोग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, मेरी उम्र भी 26 साल है, और अभी जो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, मैं ब्रिक्स में भी एज ए मेंबर जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, ब्रिक्स काउंसिल में भी रशिया में, और अभी नेक्स्ट मंथ मैं रशिया में भी जा रहा हूँ इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में। मेरा प्रयास है कि हमारे जो यंग ब्रेन है, हमारी जो कैपेबिलिटी, हम लोग रिस्क बहुत अच्छे से ले सकते हैं इंडियन पर्सन। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप लोग डिग्री तो कर रहे हैं, मार्क्स भी ले रहे हैं, डिग्री पेपर भी ले रहे हैं। डिग्री जस्ट अ पीस ऑफ पेपर, आपको टैलेंट लेना है। आपके यहाँ एक जो इंस्टीट्यूट है वो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ है, तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आपके मन में 3rd ईयर तक जॉब का ऑप्शन ना आके ये आए कि मेरे को क्या एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करना है। आपने जो एमएससी पीएचडी में जो आप टॉपिक पे कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर लेके आए बाकायदा, क्योंकि मैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट से मिला हूँ, बहुत सारे यहाँ पर्सन से मिला हूँ। मेरा अगर कोई पर्सन याद हो तो मैंने उनसे एक ही चीज पूछी, आपका नाम क्या है, आप एमएससी आप एमबीए कर रहे हैं या पीएचडी कर रहे हैं, किस टॉपिक पे कर रहे हैं, और आपका फ्यूचर में क्या प्लान है उसके ऊपर है। तो मैं ये चाहता हूँ जिस टॉपिक पे आप कर रहे हैं उसी को आगे बढ़ाएं, नहीं तो क्या होगा, आप रिसर्च करके उसको कागज में फिल करके उसको रख देंगे, फिर नेक्स्ट पीढ़ी को वही टाइम दोबारा वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा उसको दोबारा रिकॉल करने के लिए। तो आपसे यही निवेदन है कि आप यहाँ से जाएं, और देश का भविष्य है, हम देश का भविष्य हम ही है, और कोई देश को नहीं बढ़ाएगा, हम ही बढ़ाएंगे, हमें मिलकर काम करना है। और सर मैं इसमें एक एड ऑन करना चाहता हूँ फार्मर्स के लिए भी, कि मिलेट्स को हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, और हमारे पूरे जन सबसे जो मेन इसमें कड़ी है वो हमारे किसान भाई है। क्योंकि दूसरे के अर्थव्यवस्था पे कोई भी चीज रिकमेंड करना या ज्ञान देना बहुत आसान होता है। किसान की उसकी इकोनॉमिक्स है, किसान की उसकी अर्थव्यवस्था है। हम लोग कहते हैं कि किसान वही क्रॉप लगा रहा है जिसमें मुनाफा है, जरूरी नहीं किसान, हर कोई इंसान, सबको अपना घर चलाने के लिए इकोनॉमिक्स और अर्थव्यवस्था ही चाहिए। अगर उसकी एक भी क्रॉप अप डाउन हो जाती है तो उसके पूरे साल का बजट बिगड़ जाता है। तो मेरा ये प्रयास है कि हम किसान भाई को इन्वॉल्व करके करें, और थोड़ा सा अभी हमारे जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी और भारत सरकार का भी अप्रोच है कि हम एफपीओज बना रहे हैं, क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच कर रहे हैं। तो हमें मिलेट्स के लिए, क्योंकि मैं वेस्ट बंगाल के बहुत सारे और महाराष्ट्र और अपने छत्तीसगढ़ साइड में बहुत सारे ट्राइब फार्मर से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, उनकी एक ही क्वेरी आती है मेरे पास हमेशा कि सर हम उगा तो ले रहे हैं लेकिन हमारे पास इतनी बड़ी लार्ज लैंड एरिया नहीं है कि हम ज़्यादा उगाएं उसको मार्केट कर पाएं। तो मेरा ये प्रयास है हम उन ट्राइब जो किसान हैं हमारे जनजाति उनको साथ लेके चलें और इसको एक बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन बनाएं साथ में, क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे तो कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको गांव-गांव इसको प्रमोट करना है। तो मैं आप सबसे निवेदन एक और करता हूं कि जो ये 1 दिसंबर की यात्रा होगी, मैं इसके आपके साथ पूरा शेड्यूल शेयर करूंगा। और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि जब ये यात्रा जाएगी तो यहाँ से जीटी रोड से होती हुई जाएगी निफ्टम से। तो मैं चाहूँगा उस दिन का एक दिन मैं स्पेशल में अरेंज करूँगा, क्योंकि 3500 किलोमीटर रहेगा और करीबन 30 दिन का समय रहेगा। तो क्योंकि उसमें मेरे को 25 दिन में कवर करना पड़ेगा पर डे 100+ किलोमीटर, क्योंकि उसके साथ मेरे को पब्लिक कनेक्टिविटी आप लोग के साथ भी है। तो हम लोग को ये कनेक्ट करना है और आप लोग से निवेदन है कि आप लोग यहाँ जो डिग्री कर रहे हैं, आपके आस पड़ोस में जो भी फार्मर है आप उनको अपने इंस्टीट्यूट से कनेक्ट कीजिए, उनकी प्रॉब्लम को लेके आइए। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है और पूरा विश्वास भी है कि हमारे जो माननीय डायरेक्टर सर ने जब इंस्टीट्यूट ज्वाइन किया था 8 अगस्त को, तो सर ने ज्वाइन करते ही नेक्स्ट 2 डेज के अंदर मेरे को इन्वाइट किया था। आप लोग से सभी फैकल्टी से मैं मिला भी और सर से मैंने डिस्कस भी किया कि हमें निफ्टम को एक ऐसे ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना है कि दुनिया में जब भी एंटरप्रेन्योर का नाम आए तो निफ्टम का सबसे पहले नाम है।
आपने जो अपने एक उत्तर में बहुत सारे उत्तर दे दिए और इतनी तालियां शायद इसको उत्तर में कभी ना बजी हो जितनी इसको बजी। ये अगर प्रयास अच्छा हो, तो आपने ये मुझे नहीं लगता कि देखिए इन्होंने केवल तालियां नहीं बजाई हैं, कि जो भी यहाँ बैठे हैं उन्होंने मन से तालियां बजाई, क्योंकि आपकी खुद की उम्र 26 वर्ष है और आप ऐसा संदेश अपने ही एक जनरेशन में दे रहे हैं। आई एम श्योर अगर आप पूरी कंट्री में जाएंगे तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें अमिताभ बच्चन या शाहरुख खान चाहिए, हमारे शाहरुख खान अमिताभ बच्चन होना चाहिए। तो
मैं तो थोड़ा एडोप्ट करना चाहता हूँ, बस एक मिनट। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि देखिए रिस्क कैसे लिया जाता है, थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा। मेरा जो पूरा परिवार है जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान पे काम कर रहा है। मेरे पिताजी हैं जो कि भारतीय इसमें बीएसएफ में थे, 22 साल उन्होंने देश की सेवा की है। वो इंजीनियरिंग लाइन से ही थे, ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में। मेरी पूरा 96 से मेरा बर्थडे है, उससे मैंने 22 साल पापा के साथ ही, करीबन 19 साल में पापा के साथ रहा था डिफेंस में। मेरा एजुकेशन भी डिफेंस कॉलेज रुस्तम जी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी ग्वालियर मध्य प्रदेश से हुआ है। तो मैंने वहाँ से सीखा कि देश के लिए सेवा, और हर दिन आखिरी दिन रह के मैं जीता हूँ। क्योंकि मैं जब घर से निकलता हूँ, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, घर वालों को ये रहता है कि आप तक कराए नहीं, क्योंकि मैं 5 एक्सीडेंट खा चुका हूँ हाईवे पे। तो ये चीज़ रही है। और उसके बाद बताना चाहता हूँ, जय विज्ञान में मेरे बड़े भाई हैं, ऑल इंडिया रैंक में डिजाइनर, उन्होंने ऑटोमेशन पे वो टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, और जय किसान पे मैं काम करता हूँ। और मेरा ये सपना था कि जब मैं पहली बार फ्लाइट में बैठूँ तो ऐसी जगह जाऊँ जो एक मेरे लिए मेमोरेबल हो। तो 2021 में जब मैं पहली बार फ्लाइट में बैठा था तो सीधा मैं ताशकंद पहुंचा था, और ताशकंद पहुंच के मैंने सीधा वहाँ उज्बेकिस्तान में, और वहाँ पहुंच के मैंने एक चीज पूछी थी, सर ताशकंद में हमारे जो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी, उन्होंने आखिरी शादी थी, वहाँ पे शास्त्री जी मार्ग भी है। तो मैं सबसे पहले वहीं हुआ था और मैंने वहाँ नमन किया था, और मुझे नहीं पता था कि ये मेरी फोटो जो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी के जो होते हैं उन तक पहुँचेगी। तो वहाँ तक भी पहुँची और उन्होंने मेरे को बधाई भी दी। तो मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि हमें मोटिवेशन और रिस्क लेने की हमें जुनून होना चाहिए, चाहे तो हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करेंगे या एक्सपीरियंस लेंगे, कभी भी आप जीरो नहीं रहोगे, ये मेरा मानना है।
अच्छा मैसेज है। एक केबीसी में जब एक बार तो मुझे पता नहीं, पिछले वर्ष हर शुक्रवार को सेशन होता कर्मवीर पे। अगर शायद पहले हमारी मुलाकात हुई होती तो हम लोग को संदेश पहुंचाते सोनी टीवी तक कि एक हमारे कर्मवीर यहाँ पे भी हमारे साथ बैठे हुए हैं। Now moving on next, let me go back to Mr. Ginting. You talked about promoting, government has certain initiatives. Can you just throw some light on very specific initiatives that the government of Indonesia has on promoting products not exclusively made from millets, but they have millet as a part of it, as an integral part or a part of it. So there are any specific initiatives by any of the ministries or departments of government of Indonesia which is like to take it from?
Yeah, the concrete initiatives that promoted by the government of Indonesia actually is like to have the healthy food, like a breakfast with the cereals. It is a mix with the millets and other grains. It is very active promoted by the government, working together with the private sectors. Big campaign on that particular activities. Yeah. So I think as the concrete action, if we want to follow up the collaboration, we can approach a similar strategy, working together with the private sectors, and we can contact the Indian embassy in Indonesia to conduct a B2B meeting with local companies with support from Indonesian government as well. So with that, I think the promotion will be very good and sustained. But the keyword of this is there must be a fair business, yeah, profit to all the actors of the value chain of millet, starting from the farm to the industries. And I believe that with this kind of collaboration, we can work together.
We are willing to have more collaboration. We'd like to foster more collaboration with any country in the world. And I was in Singapore for a small meeting, and I met the High Commissioner of Singapore, High Commissioner of India to Singapore. And I just suggested him that you're buying a lot of chocolates and a lot of dairy-based products from many other countries. And you what should the strategies to promote the Indian products? We have a very established dairy business. So I think the paid partnerships are very important, and it's for the ambassadors and high commissioners to promote that. And I think just relating to that, since we have a person, since we have Priyam from the embassy of Chile. So what do you think, Priyam? What is the kind of specific challenges if you have in the supply chain management? Leave aside, since you don't grow millets for food, for the feed circle, number one, if you are going for the millet-based feed, or for any food that are there in Chile, suppose you want to export them to India. when India is an importing country? What sort of specific challenges that you face?
Thank you for the question. One of the primary challenges of supply chain, I would say, is the fragmentation of the production landscape. Uh, in Chile, also there are small and marginal farmers who grow grains in a very limited quantity. So, taking those products to actual place where they can sell it is a problem. So this we should consider the problem of supply chain as a challenge, and we must consider to invest in technology, resources, and streamlining the infrastructure so that distribution can be done properly, and we should provide trainings and resources to the farmers. Additionally, I think we should build strong partnerships with the government agencies or the private agencies. Storage facilities should be built. Private sector stakeholders also play a very important role in smoothening the supply chain, and so that the product reaches on the consumer plates in a better way. And I would say that as Chile is a pro-trade country, and it always encourages global trade and maintains a very good relationship. So therefore, there is always an ample room to discuss and cooperate, and to discuss the supply chain challenges which may occur or which may see going forward.
Very important, the investments and research that you pointed out. One factor which is, I don't know how Chile is doing, how much of their GDP, what percent of GDP actually goes into research and innovation. But I think that really needs to be jacked up, at least in the countries like India. That's a very important point. The government intervention, the policies to strengthen supply chain is the way forward. I think it's the way to go. Dr. Ranade, when you talk about taking a cue from what she said, the investments and the trade and the international collaboration, we do have challenges at the back end that we don't have enough produce. Otherwise, given a choice, I think if tomorrow the area under millet production increases and we have enough to produce, and then we ensure that all the only the positive vibes are rushed through and positive nutrients are given encouragement. What kind of policies the government should adopt to promote the intellectual side for millet products?
Yeah, I think very pertinent and important questions when we talk about popularizing the millets at the global level. So I think policy framework, especially when we look at the global, trade agreements between a bilateral or multilateral for any aspect of the millet, I think what is more important is this kind of an agreements or the policies are going to help us for the market linkages and the price stabilization, because as we look at the prices of any product that we look at, what is the big challenge for the anyone, or especially when we look at the end users, is how much price the person has to pay for any kind of product that the person try to. Now, based on the technologies that is there, now we see that the millets are coming because of the technologies in the various format or various product ways, based on the medicinal values or looking at the health aspects related to it. So down the line, it's going to be a big challenge to stabilize those prices at the global scenario. So I think these media linkages based on the trade agreements are going to help us in a larger aspect. And of course, looking at India as the largest producing millet country, what it becomes important to set up and millet incubation centers and the technical assistance for the training, especially for the large FPOs, when we look at millet as going to be an important product at the international scenario. It also helps us to make understand people that millet has a capacity to come up as an as an important crop at the international level, looking at the environmental stabilities and the kind of water requirements are there for the production of all. So I think these are all the important aspects related to based on the how we do the trade agreements with the certain countries or with the multilaterals. So I think this is going to be important when we look at millet to be popularized in the aspect of global kind of an food per se.
I think we really wanted to have somebody from APIDA, because that is one agency which does export promotion for India. I mean, that's a good suggestion. I think we'll write to, and this will be one of the bullet recommendations of this conference, that APIDA can also play a very formidable role in promoting millets and millet products, and also facilitating trade between different countries. So, Dr. Hedvig, taking further to what we're talking about, a combination of the three C's that I mentioned. Now, if I add another S to that, that is a scientific approach. So, do you think the collaboration between a cultivator, the scientist, and industry and the government will take us? Do you have these kind of arrangements where you have public-private partnership projects, or such kind of linking between different sectors for popularizing not only millet but maybe many other products also in your country?
Yes.
Actually, in Uganda, there is advocacy for private sector engagement. One of the policies is encouragement of private sector investment, and this is not only in trade, but it goes as far as investing in agricultural products, agro-processing, and mechanization. So what happens in order to promote increased production and consumption of millet within the country, as well as marketing? So far, we are fostering partnerships that include that include the researchers, academicians, the farmers, marketeers, promoters, processors, to be able to carry the crop forward. On the side of farming, there's greater effort being given to make sure that we don't depend just on the hoe, but mechanization can be included as one of the ways to foster increased production. Coming to processing, millets and other crops are being encouraged as raw material to be used within factories. And actually, one of the good outcomes in the recent time was the uptake of finger millet as one of the raw materials for beverage making in one of the renowned companies, that is Coca-Cola. And we also have Nile breweries that have taken on sorghum to produce the lager beers. Now, apart from such thing, breeding efforts are making sure that we also consider all end-user requirements, so that breeding is not done solely on its own, but it addresses what the market needs and what the processors need to be able to use millets and other foods as raw materials. Promotion campaigns are going on. This is aimed at increasing consumption of the local foods within the country. And then we are actually looking forward to further regional and international collaborations to be able to increase our capacity in research as well as processing. Besides that, seed conservation has been considered key so that we cannot lose out on our indigenous foods. But further, to be able to address the aspects of climate change within the nation, and to be able to cater for the demands that are arising nationally and regionally, more effort is being put to encourage production of originally abandoned crops, and among these is the millets. Thank you.
last year I was in Uganda is coming forward to support your research. And yes, of course, we cannot have a grain without a seed. So I think I would like to close the discussion here unless we have any of the panelists who wishes to say something. We've had wonderful, very good deliberations. If there's anything which you think I've missed on, just like to add maybe just a sentence from each one of you as we close this discussion.
Yes, I just want to quote a few words from the old poem. I think most of you have heard about this. Yeah, it says like no one wins unless everybody wins. So let's work together, let's collaborate together, let's win together. Thank you.
Very strong message. Together we can, together we will, and together we win. Thank you.
So I just want to say one thing, that how the innovation and the research collaboration with the universities can create wonderful output. In Thailand, what they have done, they have standardized all the fruits. You will find watermelon, apple, everything on the same size, same textures, right? So you can, without any doubt on anyone, you can buy from anywhere. So this is the kind of thing, if we can, our universities can create those kind of research with along with the industry and develop that product which you can export worldwide anywhere in the world. That would be so create, explore and go ahead and sell it. Right. Thank you.
Well said, sir. So again, collaborations and togetherness. Last word.
I am just buying the same words like he has said. We are looking forward to collaborations and capacity building. This will go a long way in promoting millets as well as other crops, nationally and regionally, even internationally. Chile is committed to proactive initiatives. So we would like to take this millet to Chile, and which we think that it would benefit both the consumers and the producers.
मेरा तो आपसे एक ही संदेश है, इतने दिन जिए हैं, देश का बहुत सारा अन्न हमने खाया है, तो देश को हम क्या देके जाएंगे, और हमें ऐसा काम करके जाना है देश के लिए कि दुनिया याद रखेगी, और हमें, क्योंकि हमने यहाँ से जो भी हम देश को देके जाएंगे उससे हमारी अगली पीढ़ी मोटिवेट होनी चाहिए, और देश को हमें आगे बढ़ाना, और देश का भविष्य हम खुद हैं और कोई नहीं है। ये अपना मोटो लेके हमें काम करना है, और लास्ट में वही है, आखिरी डेली रोज का दिन आखिरी दिन समझ के जीना है, बस यही।
मैसेज इज, अपने लिए जिए तो क्या जिए, देश के लिए जिए तो सबके लिए जिए।
On this occasion, I can only say that because of the International Year of Millet as in 2023, I consider that justice has come to the millet. The millet, which was been called as a poor man's food, has now become a rich man's food. I think that's what the important message that has gone to the global scenario. I consider that's the real work based on this International Year of Millet has come out.
Yeah, wonderful. Well said. So we come close. We close this discussion here, and let me drive home a message. What the message of, because India has the G20 presidency, and talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future. So we can see this happening in this Dr. Abdul Kalam auditorium. So thank you very much, the esteemed panelists, and it was a wonderful discussion that we had. Is there a couple of questions we can take? Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. Everybody is speaking about the climate change, and on all the crops, the mandate has been fixed to develop the climate resilient crop to meet the food challenges of 2050. So we all know that millets are the most climate resilient crops. Among the millets also it is a bajra, which is highly climate resilient, and the ICSAT is going to popularize this crop through the digital media also throughout the globe. Now my question, statement is that the panels people who are sitting on the dais stated that introduction of some of the millets in the areas where the millets are not grown to produce more, to increase the area under the millets. So we have the wonderful germplasm. We have the international organization ICRISAT here, where the tropical, temperate and subtropical varieties are available. So no doubt that you can pick up the ample number of the germplasm and go ahead with the on-farm testing of the material. You pick up some of the material, lines which are found to be good based on the agroclimatic conditions. There is no need to go for the basic research or the applied aspect of research from the beginning itself. We have the ample number of the varieties from the ICRISAT because global collection of the millets are available in the germplasm and already evaluated global level. Number third point is that I'm sorry that people are talking about a lot about the fortification. Fortification also raises the cost of the product because it's a poor man's crop and we are extending these crops to be available, all the byproducts and also the crop and the products to global people based on the nutritional enrichment of this by nature itself. So already fortification in rice, for example, iron and phosphorus and also the zinc is being done through the biotechnological approaches. And last point I want to say is again and again that to the speaker that all these millets are not competent in terms of the yield. So to bring or to satisfy the farmer to adopt the millet cultivation, we need to enhance the yield potential of the millet crops on par with the rice and maize and also with the wheat crop. Because
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I thought there was a question, but there was answering all the questions. Any other person wishes to? Any other query? So if there is none, we would like to close this session by thanking all of you, thanking the esteemed panelists. I think we had some wonderful discussion. We'll take it forward. Thank you so much.
And with that, sir, thanking all the panelists and our moderator, Dr. Oberoi, we would be moving towards the felicitation. Request Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir, to felicitate each of the panelists. We'll be felicitating Mr. Suleiman Jinting, Mr. A.K. Sarawat, Dr. Arvind Ranade, Miss Priyam Arora, Dr. Hedwig from Uganda, and the Bicycle Man of India, Mr. Neeraj Prajapati. जिन्होंने हमें देश के लिए कुछ करने की प्रेरणा दी, धन्यवाद. And we request Dr. Bhayana to please felicitate our moderator, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for all your guidance. And we will now have a group photograph with all the panelists in front. The final technical session has commenced, everyone. 9 amazingly knowledgeable sessions during these 3 days of conference, ICMAIMS 2023, and post-lunch we will be having the valedictory session. Thank you so much. I think a huge round of applause for all the speakers who came from day 1 to day 3. Speakers who came from all across India. Please continue. Speakers who came from all across India. Speakers who helped us celebrate the International Year of Millets at NIFTM. Good day! A big cheers to all the amazing attendees, the students, the delegates. And everybody has to be here for the valedictory. And be on time. Let's be ahead of time so that we are all present from the very first moment. And please enjoy your lunch. After this lunch break, I will see you in the auditorium again for the valedictory session with Honorable Union Minister joining us. Yes, everybody, thank you so much. An important announcement, there is a mobile phone of one of our attendees that has been lost. It's a Redmi mobile phone. If you find it, please get it to Aman near the stage. Thank you. Back to the post-lunch session. Yes, kindly settle down. तो ये इस बहुत ही शोभनीय सम्मेलन और ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने देखी है, इंटरनेशनल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन जो हमने देखा है, इसका एक अंतिम सत्र होने वाला है। लगभग इन 3 दिनों में हमने 22 घंटे मिलेट्स के बारे में सीखा, मिलेट्स के ऊपर चर्चा की, मिलेट्स की बातें सुनी, कहीं एक दूसरे से भी शायद मिलेट्स की बहुत चर्चा की होगी। कुछ चर्चा हो रही थी मिलेट्स की आपस में भी? यस। और अभी कुछ ही देर पहले जो पिछला सेशन हुआ, पिछला सत्र था, वहाँ पर हमारे जो बाइसिकल मैन थे, उन्होंने भी अपनी कुछ विचार हमारे सामने रखे। उन्होंने कहा कि हमें देश के लिए कुछ करना है, तो आई थिंक उससे भी बहुत से लोगों को प्रोत्साहन मिला होगा। आप में से कितने लोगों ने सुनी थी उनकी बात? बाइसिकल मैन, किन किन ने सुना था? अगर आपको उनकी बात पसंद आई तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। तो आई एम श्योर कि यहाँ पर आप सब ने बहुत कुछ नोट डाउन किया होगा। अब जरा टेस्ट कर लेते हैं आपकी नॉलेज को। तो मैं सोच रही हूँ कि कुछ सवाल पूछूं आप सबसे, एंड अगर आपको उन सवालों के जवाब पता हो तो आप हाथ खड़ा कर सकते हैं और फिर यहाँ आकर उसका जवाब दे सकते हैं। मेरे पास कोई बहुत बड़े पुरस्कार नहीं है आपको देने के लिए, बट ये बस हमारे आपस की चर्चा है, आपस की कुछ यादगार पल बनाने के लिए एक कोशिश है ना? तो मिलेट्स की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो सबसे पहला और शायद सबसे आसान सवाल, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स कौन सा ईयर है? एक साथ बोल दीजिए। 2023। जी हाँ, 2023। क्या बात, बच्चों को मौका मिलना चाहिए। एंड कोई नहीं, अभी तो और 9 मौके बाकी हैं यहाँ पर। तो चलिए देखते हैं ये वाले सवाल का जवाब कौन देगा। अच्छा, अगले सवाल का जवाब किनको लगता है वो दे सकते हैं? कौन? बहुत आइए मैम, आइए आगे आइए। ओके, सो आपका क्वेश्चन है कि मिलेट ग्रोन मोस्ट इन राबी सीजन, कि वो कौन सा मिलेट है जो राबी सीजन में ज़्यादातर ग्रो किया जाता है। कुछ केबीसी स्टाइल ऑप्शंस दे दूं आपको? यस, आपका नाम? श्वेता। ओके, श्वेता इज हियर विद मी। और आपके जो ऑप्शंस हैं वो हैं सोरघम, फिंगर, पर्ल और कोडो। पर्ल, ओके, सो दैट्स श्वेता's आंसर। और किसी का कोई दूसरा जवाब? कोई दूसरा जवाब? हाँ, आप बताइए। सोरघम, सोरघम, ओके, खड़े हो जाइए, वहीं रहिए, वहीं रहिए। और कोई जवाब? और कोई जवाब? लाइफलाइन, यही लाइफलाइन है कि कोई भी एक दूसरा जवाब भी सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। हाँ, तो 50-50 हो गया है, 2 जवाब ऑलरेडी चले गए हैं, अब 2 ही जवाब बाकी हैं। उन 2 में से किसी को चूज करना है। सोरघम हो गया है, आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए। सोरघम हो गया है एंड पर्ल हो गया है। फिंगर और कोडो, इन्हें लगता है फिंगर है या कोडो है? हाँ स्टूडेंट्स, हाँ आपने हाथ खड़ा किया है? आप कहीं और जाने के लिए हाथ खड़ा कर रहे थे? अक्सर क्लास में कहीं जाने के लिए भी हाथ खड़ा करते हैं ना? हाँ तो चलिए, आप दोनों ने जो जवाब दिया उसका रिजल्ट बता देते हैं। द राइट आंसर इज कोडो। नेवर माइंड, अब आपको पता चल गया है कि कोडो है। ओके, लेकिन जाने से पहले मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप ये ऐलान करें, क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ कि हम सब जो यहाँ से कॉन्फ्रेंस से जाएं तो हम सबको मिलेट वॉरियर्स बनना है। एम आई राइट? है ना? तो आई वॉन्ट यू टू से आई एम अ मिलेट वॉरियर। ओके, एक एक करके। आई एम अ मिलेट वॉरियर। आपकी बारी, आ जाइए। आपका नाम?
राहुल कुमार।
ओके राहुल, से
आई एम अ मिलेट वॉरियर।
आई थिंक थोड़ा मिलेट खिलाने की जरूरत है, थोड़ा और। आसान नहीं होता है इतनी बड़ी सभा के सामने बोलना। तो अब चलिए देखते हैं अगले सवाल का जवाब कौन बताता है। आप हाथ खड़ा कीजिएगा। अगला सवाल है कि डैश इन मिलेट्स लोअर्स कोलेस्ट्रॉल। इसका जवाब कौन दे सकते हैं? मैं जब जवाब देने वाले आगे आएंगे फिर मैं, हाँ जी आप सामने आइए, फिर मैं ऑप्शंस दूंगी, है ना? आ जाइए, आप भी आ जाइए। चलिए, 2 क्या बात है, जवाब सही होगा गलत होगा बात की बात है। दोस्तों ने अपना सपोर्ट दे दिया आपको। हेलो, आपका नाम? मैत्रेयो एंड सौम्या। ओके, सवाल डैश इन मिलेट्स लोअर्स कोलेस्ट्रॉल। ऑप्शंस चाहिए? 5। ओके, लेट मी गिव यू द ऑप्शंस। नियासिन, राइबोफ्लेविन, नियासिन, विटामिन सी, विटामिन ई। इन चारों में से क्या सही जवाब है? नियासिन, राइबोफ्लेविन, विटामिन सी या विटामिन ई? आप कौन सा जवाब चूज करोगे? विटामिन सी। एंड आप? राइबोफ्लेविन। ओके, तो इन्होंने चूज किया राइबोफ्लेविन, इन्होंने चूज किया विटामिन सी, और सही जवाब है नियासिन। तो देखो तो हमें अभी भी कितना कुछ है सीखने के लिए। तो इसके लिए आई थिंक हमें मिलेट वॉरियर तो बनना पड़ेगा, है ना? तो एक एक करके, रेडी टू से दैट यू आर अ मिलेट वॉरियर? आप थोड़ा शर्मा रहे हो। हाँ, नहीं ना? ठीक है, नहीं। चलिए, ओके, विद ऑल द कॉन्फिडेंस, आई एम अ मिलेट वॉरियर। आई एम अ मिलेट वॉरियर।
आई एम अ मिलेट वॉरियर।
ऑलराइट। सो अच्छा, इतने सारे लोगों के आइडियाज आपने सुने, अब हम आपके आइडियाज सुनना चाहते हैं। हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, हमारे अटेंडीज। सर, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? यस। So let's hear the ideas of our attendees, of our delegates. Hello sir, welcome.
आप में से कितने बच्चों को मालूम है कि मिलेट से कैंसर ठीक हो सकता है? अगर हमारी डेली लाइफ के अंदर रेगुलर 6 महीने तक मिलेट आ जाए, मिलेट से कैंसर, डायबिटीज, कोलेस्ट्रॉल, बीपी, शुगर, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम जो है, एक्चुअली हम इसको ऐसे कुकीज अगर खाएंगे तो हमारी प्रॉब्लम ठीक नहीं होगी। लड्डू कुकीज हमारी प्रॉब्लम ठीक नहीं होगा। हमें एक रेसिपी है, उसमें पूरी डिजाइनिंग है, कितने दिन कोडो खाना है, कितने दिन रागी खानी है, कितने दिन फॉक्सटेल खाना है। जो अपने पेरेंट्स को उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करा देगा, जो आज पेरेंट्स का बच्चों का झगड़ा है कि पापा आपको मीठा नहीं खाना, आपको शुगर नहीं खानी, ये बच्चों की प्रॉब्लम सबकी खत्म होगी। डेज फिक्स है कि इतने दिन कोडो खाना है, इतने दिन फॉक्सटेल खाना है, कंगनी इतने दिन खाना है, इतनी क्वांटिटी खानी है और इन डेज के अंदर खाना है। वो रेसिपी हम जिसकी जो प्रॉब्लम है उसको हम सबको वो चीज देंगे कि भी ये प्रॉब्लम है, उसका ये सोल्यूशन है। क्योंकि हर एक के लिए डॉक्टर खादर वली जी हैं, उनको मैं दिल्ली फॉलो करता हूँ। किसी की प्रॉब्लम होगी उनसे कनेक्ट कराना है, मुलाकात करानी है, उनको कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है, जैसे किसी की फैमिली में कैंसर हो गया तो हजारों कैंसर पेशेंट मैसूर के अंदर उनके थ्रू ठीक हो जाए।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
पत्रा, मैं ऑल इंडिया मिलेट प्रमोटर एसोसिएशन का जनरल सेक्रेटरी हूँ।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हरीश जी। तो आप इसके बारे में और जानकारी अगर पाना चाहते हैं तो हरीश जी से संपर्क कर सकते हैं। आई थिंक जितने भी लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, हर एक इंसान से कितने सारे परिवार जुड़े होते हैं, कम से कम 3-4 परिवार हमारे डायरेक्टली जुड़े होते हैं। अच्छा, कुछ स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो बस हाथ खड़े कर रहे हैं, अगला सवाल आए नहीं आए। अच्छा, शायद अंगड़ाई ले रहे हैं शायद। तो हाँ, मैं कह रही थी आप लोगों को कि इतने परिवार आपके जुड़े होते हैं और कभी हो जाती हैं अनहोनी, कई परिवारों में जीवन में हो जाती है कि कुछ बीमारियां हमें ऐसी लग जाती हैं। तो आई थिंक हरीश सर, थैंक यू सो मच, आपने इतना इम्पोर्टेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे साथ शेयर किया। तो अब जरा स्टूडेंट्स और बाकी अटेंडीज भी, आपको क्या लगता है कि मिलेट्स को कैसे पॉपुलराइज किया जा सकता है? आपके क्या आइडियाज हैं? लेट्स सी कि क्या क्रिएटिव आइडियाज निकल कर आते हैं। लेट्स लुक फॉर द मोस्ट क्रिएटिव आइडिया टू मेक मिलेट्स पॉपुलर। एनी आइडियाज फ्रॉम आवर स्टूडेंट्स? क्योंकि डेलीगेट्स और स्पीकर्स को तो हमने सुन ही लिया है और आई एम श्योर कि उन्होंने तो अपनी रिसर्च की है। अब अगर किसी ने हाथ खड़ा किया और सामने नहीं आए तो माइक उनके सामने आ जाएगा। हाँ जी, कौन शेयर करना चाहेंगे? एनीवन? आइए सर, आगे आइए। So very soon you guys will be in the outside world and बाहर की दुनिया में यूं ही आपको सामने से आगे बढ़ के अपने आइडिया शेयर करने होंगे, बल्कि कोई आपको कहेगा ना नहीं सुनना, उसको भी सुनाना है। तो फिर ये मौका ज़रूर आप इसका पूरा फायदा उठाइए। हेलो, यहीं आ जाइए। आपका नाम?
आश्रित.
आश्रित, प्लीज शेयर योर व्यूज।
Ma'am, I thought of having a millet starts, millet wala pani puri, because starts will be more popular amongst youngsters and all.
Nice. And what millet recipe is your favorite? कोई आपकी favorite millet recipe है?
Yeah, my mom makes this millet payasam at home. That's my favorite.
Alright, thank you so much. Thanks for sharing that. Okay. तो ये हुआ एक आइडिया, और कोई आइडियाज है यहाँ पर? और ये जो हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस, ओके, वहाँ पर एक हाथ, आइए आइए आगे आइए। थोड़ा सा आप वहाँ से चलना शुरू कीजिए, फिर हम रास्ते में मिलेंगे। और इसके बाद मैं अगला सवाल पूछने वाली हूँ। अभी तक आई थिंक 2 सवालों में से एक का भी सही जवाब हमें नहीं मिल पाया है, तो देखते हैं अगले सवाल का मिलेगा कि नहीं। सबसे पहले आपका शुभ नाम?
सागरिका महाते.
ओके सागरिका, प्लीज शेयर, आपको क्या लगता है कैसे पॉपुलर करना चाहिए मिलेट्स को?
This it's a conference the dignitaries are present, right? I want to make a conference that students can be invited, delegates of students being delegates, and the theme should be on millets, so that students can do their own research and they can speak about their research and they can talk about this, so that we can also gain knowledge, because we're listening everything, but still doing our own research is something that we learn more, right?
Thank you so much, lovely girl, thank you. ओके एंड चलिए एक सवाल पूछते हैं फटाफट से। तो आपको बताना है कि ये हाईएस्ट कैल्शियम इनमें से कौन से मिलेट्स में है? इसका जवाब कौन देगा? नहीं, आप सारे जवाब कैसे दोगे? आपका भी हो गया, आपके भी चांस, आप आइए, आगे आइए। और कोई और कौन ट्राई करना चाहेंगे? देखिए अभी तक एक भी, मतलब ऑडियंस वर्सेस एंकर। तो अभी ऑडियंस, अभी आपको 1 मार्क्स जीतने हैं। तो ऑडियंस, हाँ, अरे मुझे लग रहा है कि कोई लेक्चरर आ गया। अब तो आ जाइए। अरे ये पॉइंट तो ऑडियंस के पास जाने ही वाला है, पक्का पक्का। ओके, आप इधर आ जाइए। तो आपका सवाल है कि हाईएस्ट कैल्शियम इनमें से कौन से मिलेट में है? और ऑप्शंस हैं फिंगर, प्रोसो, फॉक्सटेल और लिटिल।
Finger millet, which has the highest amount of calcium.
Okay, and what about you?
Keep millet.
Wow, पहली बार दोनों पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने एक ही जवाब चुना है, and the right answer is finger millet. मैम को कंप्यूटर की जरूरत ही नहीं थी, she was so confident. Thank you so much.
from Uttarakhand, so maximum dishes we prepare is of ragi, that is finger millet. So there are a lot of dishes which are prepared in Uttarakhand out of finger millet. So I knew this question.
And what's your favorite dish?
Mine is we prepare a ragi roti that is known as madwa in Uttarakhand.
मंडवे का आटा and थाड़ू के साथ खाया जाता है. Okay. And आपका कोई favorite millet dish है?
Yes ma'am, finger millet because I am doing research on finger millet.
अच्छा. तो लेकिन dish कौन सा है?
Finger millet का खिचड़ी.
खिचड़ी. Okay. तो अब आप लोग जाने से पहले कहेंगे I am a millet warrior. Okay. फुल जोश के साथ तो अपने जोश भर देना है. I am a millet warrior.
I am a millet warrior.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. चलिए भाई, ऑडियंस को मिल गए मार्क्स और जल्दी मुझे लग रहा है टाइम भी हो जाएगा, लेकिन अगले सवाल पे जाने से पहले हमारे सामने एवरीबॉडी वी हैव द बाइसिकल मैन इन द हाउस. तो बाइसिकल मैन नीरज जी प्लीज सामने आ जाइए. आप प्लीज बैठे मत रहिए, आप यहाँ आइए. नीरज जी जहाँ भी जाते हैं, जब बात करनी शुरू करते हैं, सब में जोश भर देते हैं. जब उन्होंने अपने पैनल पे भी देशभक्ति की बात की तो मुझे पता है सबके रोंगटे खड़े हो गए थे. एंड वो सिर्फ ऐसा कहते नहीं हैं, वो अपने एक्शन से करके दिखाते हैं. नीरज जी आपने इतने अच्छे विचार सबके सामने रखे और आपने एक प्रण भी लिया अपने बाइसिकल जर्नी को लेके, और आप 1 महीने तक उस दौरान 1 महीने तक उन्होंने प्रण लिया है कि वो मिलेट्स खाएंगे पूरे 1 महीने. आई थिंक जोरदार तालियां. नीरज जी अब आपको मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए माइक देना चाहूंगी. आप क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे? और मुझे लग रहा है कि आप एथलीट हैं तो हमसे भी थोड़ी आप एक्सरसाइज करवा सकते हैं.
मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं कॉजेस के ऊपर काम करता हूं. जैसे ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग पे मैंने किया है. इसके अलावा मैं ब्रेस्ट कैंसर पे भी अवेयरनेस किया मैंने यूपी गवर्नमेंट के लिए. इसके अलावा मैं इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के लिए भी मैं अवेयरनेस कैंपेन करता हूँ टैक्स कलेक्शन के लिए. तो पार्ट टाइम ये अलग अलग चीज़ें भी मैं करता रहता हूँ. मेरा ये मैं वैसे कोई एक प्लेयर नहीं हूँ मतलब किसी गेम का, लेकिन मैं अवेयरनेस कैंपेन में साइकिल यूज़ करता हूँ. उसका रीज़न है कि पोल्यूशन नहीं होता. कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि हम एक मिशन लेके चल रहे हैं, थोड़े दिन बाद इस मिशन के बाद फिर एक मिशन चलाना पड़ेगी पोल्यूशन के लिए, तो सारा काम एक ही साथ कर लेते हैं. और दूसरी बात, जो युवा पीढ़ी है, मेरे भाई बहन हैं, गुरु हैं, सभी हैं, देखो इन्हें हमें मतलब कुछ मैं तो यही चाहता हूँ. मैं आज सर से भी ये डिस्कस कर रहा था कि ये जो पीढ़ी सामने बैठी है, हमारे जो भाई हैं, इनमें इतनी काबिलियत है, ये कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. आप एक बार इनको खुला अपॉर्चुनिटी दीजिए, ये कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. उसका क्या तरीका है, आप कोई भी चीज़, जैसे अभी बहन आई थी, उन्होंने ये बोला, मेरे को भी अच्छा लगा कि स्पीकर को तो हम सुनते हैं, कई बार क्या होता है कि गुरु कभी भी उम्र से गुरु नहीं होता. एक किसी भी चीज़ से आप सीख सकते हैं. अगर आप एरोप्लेन का डिज़ाइन बोले तो वो बर्ड से लिया गया है. अगर आप उसके लिए सोचेंगे कोई बड़ी डिग्री करके उसको लिया जाए तो एक चीज़ के लिए. और दूसरी बात, जो युवा पीढ़ी है, मेरा हमेशा यही रहता है कि ये इंस्टीट्यूट जो निफ्टम है, इसके नाम में भी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है. तो थोड़ा सा जॉब को ना देख के थोड़ा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ भी बढ़े. और हमें खुशी ये होती है कि जब हम ऐसे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पे खड़े हों तो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एंटरप्रेन्योर सामने आए. क्योंकि आपके कितने एंटरप्रेन्योर वो आपके इंस्टीट्यूट को बताता है कि एक एंटरप्रेन्योर इंस्टीट्यूट हो गया, आपके कितने एंटरप्रेन्योर जो खुद के हैं, जो खुद का एक होता है ना माइका, तो माइका ही रहता है. तो वही मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि जो यंग जनरेशन है वो आगे आए, इस चीज़ को लेके बढ़े. और बाकी आप में से कौन चाहता है मेरे साथ लॉन्ग राइड करने की साइकिल में? किलोमीटर बता देता हूँ, ज़्यादा नहीं करेंगे, पर डे 250 किलोमीटर करेंगे. 250 किलोमीटर पर डे करेंगे. ओके, चलो
एक काम करते हैं, आपके साथ बाइसिकल राइड करने के लिए तो आप उनको बता ही दोगे, लेकिन यहाँ पर जरा आप आ जाइए जरा ऊपर स्टेज पे. और नीरज जी हमारे साथ हैं, तो अभी सबका एक छोटा सा फिटनेस चेक कर लेते हैं, है ना. सिर्फ मैं चाहूंगी कि हम सब आपको फॉलो करेंगे और जो आप कुछ एक्सरसाइजेस अगर आप हमें करा सकते हैं. आप बाइसिकल से पहले वार्म अप कैसे करते हैं? हाँ,
मेरा एक सीधा कंसेप्ट है. मैं ये नहीं कि मैं ये करता हूँ वो करता हूँ. होता क्या, पब्लिक फिगर या कुछ भी बनने के बाद सब बातें आ जाती हैं कि मैं सुबह ये उठ के ये करता, मैं कुछ नहीं करता, सीधी बात बताऊं, सीधा मेरा कंसेप्ट है, क्योंकि मेरे पास इतना सोचने का टाइम नहीं मिलता, मैं सारी बातें करने के लिए टाइम कम है। मैं एक बार सीधा कंसेप्ट बताता हूँ ना, मैं ये सोचता कि क्या कैसे क्यों, सीधा करना तो करना है। साइकिल राइड में रहता हूँ, मेरा प्लानिंग होता है, बिना प्लान के मैं एक कदम भी बाहर नहीं रखता। मेरा क्या होता है, महीने से जब मैं साइकिल राइड निकलता हूँ, मेरा एक पहले बनता है महीने का प्लान। महीने में हर जो आगे यूनिवर्सिटी इंस्टीट्यूट होते हैं उनके बीसी सर, डायरेक्टर सर, सबको मेल जाता है कि मैं इस महीने में अप्रोक्सीमेटली आपके इस एरिया में ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ। फिर उसके बाद चलता है मेरा वीकली प्लान। अगले मंडे को तभी मैं किसी इंस्टीट्यूट के गेस्ट हाउस से निकलूंगा जब मेरा पूरा वीकली प्लान तैयार रहेगा। वो तैयार करके, और दूसरी बात जो मैम आप कहते हैं एक्सरसाइज का, तो मैम टाइम ही नहीं मिलता। कारण क्या है, रात को जब कहीं भी पहुंचता हूँ, किसान साइंटिस्ट सभी गुरु सब मिलते हैं, तो रात को 12-1 बज जाती है। फिर बचा कुछा उसको मेरे को नोट करना पड़ता है। मेरे पास जो, अगर मेरी जिंदगी का सच्ची चीज बोलेंगे, वो थैला है। उस थैले के अंदर मेरी जिंदगी बोल सकते हैं, जो मैंने पूरे इंडिया में क्या क्या कलेक्ट किया, कहाँ किससे मिला, वो उसके अंदर है। तो वो चीज मैं मेंटेन करता हूँ। फिर रात को 1:30-2 बज जाते हैं। फिर अगली जहाँ जाना वहाँ सुबह 4 बजे उठना, सीधा नहाना, नहाते ही चलना, और ये है। और रही बात, अब मैं एक्सरसाइज की बताऊँ, एक्सरसाइज करने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं पड़ती। अभी आप बोलेंगे भैया आप साइकिल वाले हो, इतने मोटे हो खुदी। मैं सीधा बताऊँ कारण मेरा क्या है, मैं अपने काम पे ध्यान हूँ, मेरे को उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता मोटा हूँ पतला हूँ, सीधी मैं खुल के बोलता हूँ। जब मैं साइकिलिंग करता हूँ तब एकदम पतला जैसा हो जाता हूँ। ये मेरा एनर्जी स्टोरेज बोलो, या मैं अपना बैंक भर रहा हूँ। जब मैं निकलूंगा ये 10 दिन में सारा चला जाएगा डाउन। और जब मैं साइकिलिंग राइड करता हूँ, सुबह 4 बजे निकलता हूँ और 10 बजे तक, जब तक सामने जहाँ मेरे को पहुँचना, सारी बात में पहले एक बार सुन लेते, टाइम कम है। सुबह 4 बजे निकलता हूँ, जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में पहुंचना हूँ 80 किलोमीटर 100 किलोमीटर का टारगेट बनाता हूँ। 4 बजे निकलते, 4:30 बजे निकल जाता हूँ। 10 बजे इंस्टीट्यूट जब खुलता है तो गेट पे पहुंचता हूँ 100 किलोमीटर करके। सर पूछते हैं, कई बार फोन आता है कि सर आप कितने बजे तक आ जाओगे? बोला सर 10 बजे। बोला सर 10 बजे तो हम तो गाड़ी से 10:30 बजे पहुंच रहे हैं, हम थोड़ा बाहर हैं। बोला सर कोई इशू नहीं, आप आइए आराम से, मैं 10-10 पहले रुक जाऊंगा थोड़ा। फिर उसके बाद 12-2 बजे तक प्रोग्राम किया, बच्चों से मिलना, सबसे भाइयों से मिलना करने का, फिर ऐसे ही पूरा शेड्यूल रहता है। और मेरा टारगेट ये रहता है कि जो एक छोटे छोटे एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं या फिर जो हमारे भाई हैं, उनको आगे लेके जाना। और इसके बस तो मैं यही चाहता हूँ, ये सब जर्नी है। और मैं चाहता हूँ आपको कोई भी पूरे इंडिया में सपोर्ट चाहिए, पूरे इंडिया में हर 5 किलोमीटर पे मेरे नॉन पर्सन है, मेरे साथ भाई लोग जुड़े हैं। आपको कहीं भी रिसर्च में, कहीं भी नेटवर्क में, किसी में भी मदद चाहिए, आप बेफिक्र होकर मेरे से कनेक्ट कीजिए। द बाइसाइकिल मैन ऑफ इंडिया के नाम से या नीरज कुमार प्रजापति के नाम से फेसबुक अकाउंट है, सब है। उसका अब मैं एक और चीज बताना चाहता हूँ, बस 1 मिनट ज़्यादा नहीं दूंगा, वो काम की चीज़ है। वो ये है कि हम लोगों ने जो अपना एक ICR का इंस्टीट्यूट सीफेट लुधियाना, उनके एक फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर RT पाटिल सर, जो कि ऑल इंडियन एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी के पहले वाइस प्रेसिडेंट भी रहे। तो वो भी रिटायरमेंट के बाद जब मैं भोपाल गया था तो उनको कैंसर था। डॉक्टर ने ये जवाब दे दिया था कि सर उनके बच्चों को कि आप बस आप जो खिला सकते हो घर ले जाके 8-10 दिन सेवा करो, जितने दिन के उतने दिन के। सर ने अपना मोटिवेशन और धीरे धीरे ऑर्गेनिक को संभाला और आज वो कैंसर से पूरी जंग जीत के वापस तक आए हैं। और जब वो वापस आए तो उन्होंने बोला कि अब मेरे को दूसरी जिंदगी है, अब मेरे को तुम्हारा जो मिशन ऑर्गेनिक इसमें साथ मिलकर काम करना है। हमने 4 साल मिशन ऑर्गेनिक चालू किया, अब हम मिशन प्रोसेसिंग कर रहे हैं। हर संडे को शाम को 3 से लेकर 4:30 बजे तक हम लोग हर एक नई टॉपिक पे सक्सेस एंटरप्रेन्योर को बुलाते हैं, 1-to-1 इंटरेक्शन कराते हैं, तो इससे ताकि हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलप कर सकें। और हर महीने हम 12 ऐसे जो आने वाले फ्यूचर में एंटरप्रेन्योर उनको विजिट भी कराते हैं। जैसे लास्ट वीक नासिक करा के आए हैं, अभी नेक्स्ट हम लोग, तो हम लोग को सबको मिलके काम करना है। और आप गूगल से, फेसबुक से कहीं, मेरा नंबर सबसे ईजी है और सबके फोन में उठाता हूँ। सबसे बड़ी बात है, सबके फोन उठाता हूँ। रात को 12-2:30 बजे किसी के भी फोन आए, सबके फोन उठाता हूँ। आप मैसेज कर दीजिए और नंबर लिखने की कोई जरूरत नहीं। जब फोन करना हो गूगल पे द बाइसाइकिल मैन ऑफ इंडिया डालना, फेसबुक कहीं ना कहीं का आ जाएगा, सब जगह मेरा वही पर्सनल नंबर डाला हुआ है। ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बिल्कुल एक नॉलेज के खजाना है यहाँ पर हमारे तमाम स्पीकर्स, हमारे तमाम फैकल्टी। और वैसे तो हमारे बाइसिकल मैन ने कहा कि वो एक्सरसाइज नहीं करते, अब वो 250 किलोमीटर साइकिलिंग के बाद शायद गुंजाइश भी नहीं बचती होगी। लेकिन चलिए अभी हम सब एक छोटी सी एक्सरसाइज करेंगे। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी सभी से कि वो अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाए, अपनी जगह पर जरा खड़े हो जाएंगे कि जो लंच के बाद की सुस्ती है ये नहीं चलेगी। ये अंतिम सत्र है, पूरे एनर्जी के साथ जैसे पूरा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन हुआ है वैसे ही एनर्जी। सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, मुझे पता है कि आपको लग रहा है कि हिम्मत नहीं हो पाएगी, लेकिन होगी हिम्मत जरूर। तो जरा जहां पर आप खड़े हैं पहले थोड़े से अपने लेग्स स्टॉप कीजिए, ऐसे मार्च 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 1 2 3 1 2 3 ओके, थोड़ा हैंडशेक कीजिए ऐसे, दोनों हाथ एक साथ हैंडशेक। ओके, ऑलराइट, एंड अब टेक अ स्ट्रेच, एक ऐसे स्ट्रेच। देखा, सुस्ती भाग गई है, आवाज है सुस्ती भागने की। अब इसको हाथ को आगे ले आइए, दोनों हाथ को आगे ले आइए। अब आपको मैं 3 चुनाव दूंगी, 3 चॉइसेस दूंगी। या तो आप चाहे तो अपने दोनों हाथों को नीचे की तरफ रख सकते हैं, या फिर अपना बायां हाथ नीचे की तरफ और दायां हाथ ऊपर की तरफ रख सकते हैं, या फिर अपना दायां हाथ नीचे की तरफ और बायां हाथ ऊपर की तरफ रख सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो ये 3 चुनाव है आपके पास, या तो दोनों हाथ नीचे की तरफ, या बायां हाथ नीचे दायां हाथ ऊपर, या फिर दायां हाथ नीचे बायां हाथ ऊपर। तो अब मैं बताऊंगी कि ये आप लोगों के बारे में क्या बताता है। जिन लोगों ने चुना है, चुन लिया सबने, चॉइस हो गई, मेड योर चॉइस। ओके, कैमरा पे है, ऐसे बीच में नहीं बदलना है। तो जिन्होंने चुना है कि बायां हाथ नीचे और दायां हाथ ऊपर, कहा जाता है कि ये लोग बहुत ही गुड लुकिंग होते हैं। हाँ, और जिन्होंने चुना है दायां हाथ नीचे और बायां हाथ ऊपर, कहा जाता है कि ये लोग बहुत इंटेलिजेंट होते हैं। और जिन्होंने चुना है कि दोनों हाथ नीचे, जिन्होंने चुने, अब वो सोच रहे हैं अब क्या होने वाला है। हाँ, जिन्होंने चुने दोनों हाथ नीचे, वो गुड लुकिंग और इंटेलिजेंट दोनों ही होते हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारी पूरी गैदरिंग के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए। बैठ जाइए। जो बैठे हैं वो बेचारे बहुत मेहनती होते हैं, वो 3 दिन से बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं। जी हाँ, तो ये जो मेहनत है ये रंग लाएगी, क्योंकि इसे रंग लाना ही होगा, क्योंकि हमारे पास और कोई विकल्प नहीं है। जैसे मैंने आपको इस वक्त 3 विकल्प दिए। दुनिया भर के सारे देश शायद इतने फॉर्चुनेट नहीं हैं कि वो इस तरह के विकल्पों को ढूंढ सकें। उनके पास वो क्लाइमेट्स नहीं है कि वो अपना अनाज उगा सके, उनके पास वो रिसोर्सेज नहीं है कि वो सिर्फ राइस और व्हीट पे सरवाइव कर सके। इसलिए एक देश के नाते, एक विश्व मित्र के नाते, यह हमारे भारत की जिम्मेदारी है जिसको हम सब ने अपनाया है, और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम सब में इस जिम्मेदारी को बांट रहे हैं कि हमें मिलेट्स के इस मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बनना है। तो मैं आप सबसे पूछना चाहूँगी, क्या आप मिलेट्स की इस मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बनेंगे? सबसे पहले लेफ्ट साइड, क्या आप इस मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बनेंगे? सेंटर, क्या आप इस मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बनेंगे? राइट साइड, क्या आप इस मिलेट मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बनेंगे? तभी बनेगी मिलेट मूवमेंट, पीपल्स मूवमेंट। मैं चाहूंगी कि ऑन द काउंट ऑफ 3 यह पूरी सभा, ये जो हमारा ऑडिटोरियम है, इसमें मौजूद हमारे सभी गेस्ट, सभी अटेंडीज एक साथ इस ऑडिटोरियम को गूंजने दें इस एक लाइन से, I am a millet warrior. Can I hear it? Everyone saying it together? Do I have a thumbs up? Everyone will say it together on the count of 3. I am a millet warrior. 1, 2, 3. जोरदार तालियां। तो अब अंतिम सत्र होने जा रहा है। कुछ ही समय में हमारे समक्ष माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री महोदय उपस्थित होने वाले हैं, और उस समय मैं वापस इस मंच पर आपके सामने आऊंगी और उन्हें यहाँ पर हम आमंत्रित करेंगे, उनका स्वागत करेंगे। और जितने जोर से हमने ये पिछले 2 दिन और आज का शुरुआत का दिन बिताया है, वैसे ही इस अंतिम सत्र को भी हम वैसे ही कंप्लीट करेंगे और उसमें सम्मिलित होंगे। धन्यवाद। कुछ ही देर में मैं आती हूँ, वापस मिलती हूँ आपसे। धन्यवाद। माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री महोदय श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी, हमारे मुख्य अतिथि पधार चुके हैं। निफ्टम कैंपस की ओर से और समस्त अतिथिगणों की ओर से हम आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी, कृपया अनुशासन बनाए रखें और मंच पर हम आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे डायरेक्टर निफ्टम कुंडली डॉक्टर हरिंदर सिंह ओबरॉय सर, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Minhaj Alamji. International Year of Millets 2023, श्री अन्न का यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वर्ष और इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वर्ष के सेलिब्रेशन में की जाने वाली ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन मिलेट्स फॉर अचीविंग न्यूट्रिशनल एंड इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी, इट मीन्स एक ऐसा महासम्मेलन जहां पर बहुत से देशों के हमारे अतिथिगण हमारे साथ सम्मिलित हुए, उन्होंने अपने विचार हमारे सामने रखे। और अब सबसे पहले हम स्वागत संबोधन की ओर बढ़ेंगे। इस स्वागत संबोधन के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी माननीय डायरेक्टर निफ्टम कुंडी डॉक्टर हरिंदर सिंह ओबरॉय।
नमस्कार। आज इस सभागार में उपस्थित माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी, हमारे मंत्रालय में एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री मिनाज आलम जी, राई के एमएलए श्री बदौली जी, मंत्रालय में कार्यरत संयुक्त सचिव श्री सुबोध कुमार जी, इस सभागार में उपस्थित राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय डेलीगेट्स, हमारे मंत्रालय का स्टाफ, आप सभी को अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत। ये इस संस्थान का सौभाग्य है कि आज हमारे बीच हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री उपस्थित हैं और वो इस ऐसे अवसर को उपस्थित हैं जबकि हम लोग इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स मना रहे हैं। और जैसे कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, आपने देखा कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की एक सोच थी और एक कदम उन्होंने आगे बढ़ाया जिसका यूएन ने स्वागत किया और हमारे भारत के कहने पे इसे इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट घोषित किया गया। माननीय मंत्री जी, आपके सभागार में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये जो हम कार्यक्रम हमने किया, ये जो 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम माननीय मंत्री जी हमने किया, ये हमने मंत्रालय के बिहाफ पे किया। जब मेरी पहली बार सेक्रेटरी मैडम से मुलाकात हुई थी, वो मिनाज जी भी यहाँ पे हैं, हमने ये कहा था कि हम कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं लेकिन हम कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं, ये मंत्रालय का कार्यक्रम है। तो सर, आपका बहुत बहुत सहयोग रहा, बहुत आश्वासन मिला, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और हम उम्मीद करेंगे कि आगे भी हमें मंत्रालय से मिलता रहेगा और हम इस तरह के और कार्यक्रम करते रहेंगे। मैं स्वागत करना चाहूँगा हमारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनाज आलम जी का, जिनका हमेशा से ये सहयोग मिला है इस संस्थान को, जो इस संस्थान का कार्यभार संभालते हैं मंत्रालय में। हमारी जो आवाज़ है वो मंत्रालय में इनके थ्रू ही जाती है। हमारे जो भी प्रपोजल होते हैं मिनाज जी के थ्रू जाते हैं। मिनाज जी बहुत ही स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सिंपल आईएएस ऑफिसर हैं और हमेशा एक दोस्त की तरह हम इन्हें जानते हैं। और आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर। मैं स्वागत करना चाहूँगा हमारे बदौली साहब का, जो एमएलए रही हैं। और किसी भी संस्थान के लिए ये अति आवश्यक होता है कि जो लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन होती है, जो लोकल शासन होता है, हमारी एक उनके साथ पहचान बन सके, हम उनके साथ एक कुछ अच्छा कार्यक्रम कर सकें। बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर आपका। मैं स्वागत करना चाहूँगा सुबोध कुमार जी का, जो माननीय मंत्री जी के पीएस हैं। और स्वागत करना चाहूँगा जय राणा जी का, जो इस संस्थान के रजिस्ट्रार हैं। महोदय, मैं बताना चाहूँगा आपको कि इस 3 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमारे बीच 11 देशों से एकेडमिशियन जो कि टीचर्स हैं, वैज्ञानिक हैं और पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं उपस्थित हुए। उसके अलावा हमारा इनॉग्रेशन शुभारंभ हुआ था इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का, उसमें माननीय प्रिंसिपल साइंटिफिक एडवाइजर प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार सूद जी आए थे, डॉक्टर त्रिलोचन महापात्रा जो कि सेक्रेटरी आईसीआर सेक्रेटरी डीजी आईसीआर रह चुके हैं, आजकल चेयरमैन पीपीवीआईआर हैं, वो आए थे। हमारे बीच अर्जेंटीना के एम्बेसडर रहे थे और विभिन्न हाई कमीशन और एम्बेसी से एग्रीकल्चर काउंसलर्स और उनके जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल डिप्लोमेट हमारे साथ यहाँ के जुड़े थे। उसके साथ साथ भारत सरकार में कार्य कर रहे बहुत सारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी भी हमारे साथ इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़े। हम सबका धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं। करीब 120 स्पीकर्स, हमारे 9 टेक्निकल सेशन थे सर, 9 सत्र थे, जिनमें अलग अलग विषयों पर मंथन किया गया कि रागी का उत्पादन कैसे बढ़ाया जा सकता है, रागी का प्रसंस्करण कैसे किया जा सकता है ताकि नए नए प्रोडक्ट्स बने, केवल प्रोडक्ट्स बने ना, उनमें गुणवत्ता भी हो, उनमें स्वाद भी हो और उन पदार्थों को कैसे हम आम कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचा सकें। फिर ये भी डिस्कशन हुई कि हम किसी तरह से जो ट्रेड है हम उसको कैसे संचालित कर सकते हैं, ट्रेड मिलेट के प्रोडक्ट का कैसे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। तो उसमें करीब 120 इन्वाइटेड स्पीकर्स आए थे और सबसे बड़ी बात सर एक एकेडमिक मीट की हमने, जिसमें कि 35 कुलपति विभिन्न यूनिवर्सिटी से आए और 8 डायरेक्टर्स अलग अलग संस्थानों के जो कि आईसीआर से हैं, सीएसआईआर से हैं, वो लोग हमारे साथ यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए और मंथन किया गया कि हम लोग कैसे उत्पादकता बढ़ा सकते हैं, प्रसंस्करण कैसे अच्छा कर सकते हैं। इसके बाद सर ये जो उद्देश्य था इस मीट को ये था लर्न विद फन, हम सीखें भी, सिखाएं भी और इसका संचालन भी करें, इसका प्रचार भी करें कि मिलेट्स क्या है, मिलेट्स के प्रोडक्ट्स क्या बनते हैं। तो कोई भी जो तकनीकी संस्थान होता है उसके लिए अति आवश्यक होता है कि हम इंडस्ट्री को प्रसार करें। तो महोदय मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि जब हमने एक B2B कॉन्क्लेव किया तो B2B कॉन्क्लेव में करीब 50 लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े जो कि अलग अलग इंडस्ट्री से थे। बड़ी इंडस्ट्री जैसे हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर, टाटा कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट, ITC लिमिटेड, ट्रू एलिमेंट्स, नेस्ले और फिर कुछ जुबिलेंट फूड वर्क्स और कुछ छोटे छोटे स्टार्टअप्स, कुछ फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वो सब भी हमारे साथ जुड़े और बहुत ही एक अच्छी चर्चा हुई, बहुत ही मंथन हुआ। उसके साथ साथ सर हमने एक पोस्टर कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया जिसमें करीब 360 पोस्टर्स हमारे यहाँ आए। 450 लोगों ने रजिस्टर किया था हमारे साथ पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए। 300 से अधिक लोग हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन जुड़े थे और सर मुझे बेहद खुशी होती है बताते हुए कि हमारे करीब 30,000 लाइक्स और 32,000 व्यूज हमें अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया पे मिले हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के। हमने नुक्कड़ नाटक का आयोजन किया, हमने कुकरी शो का आयोजन किया जिसमें करीब 300 लोग वहाँ पे इसका मजा लुत्फ उठा रहे थे। फिर हमने मिलेट रेसिपी कॉम्पिटिशन किया जिसमें बहुत सारी महिलाएं आई, बहुत बच्चे भी आए, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप आए, तमिलनाडु से, कर्नाटका से, पश्चिम बंगाल से, हरियाणा से, दिल्ली से, जिन्होंने कि इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लिया और अपने अपने नए नए जो पदार्थ, नए नए जो डिशेज उन्होंने बनाए हैं उनका सबको टेस्ट भी करवाया, उसके बारे में लोगों को बताया भी और हमने उन्हें पुरस्कार भी दिए। और जो सत्रों में डिस्कस हुआ मैं संक्षेप में बताना चाहूँगा, उसमें जो तथ्य ये निकल के आया कि मिलेट में एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है कि क्वालिटी सीड प्रोडक्शन नहीं होती और एक किसान मिलेट तभी उगाएगा जब या तो उसे MSP मिलेगा उतना जो गेहूं और धान के से 3 गुना ज़्यादा हो, क्योंकि इसकी जो प्रोडक्शन है वो गेहूं और धान मक्का के मुकाबले 3 गुना कम है। तो मिलेट को हमें प्रमोट करना तो एक नया सीड बैंक बनाना पड़ेगा, नया जर्नलिज्म बनाना पड़ेगा और जो हमारा एक मिलेट मिशन है जो कि एग्रीकल्चर कृषि मंत्रालय में है उसको किसी तरह स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा। और उसमें ये भी निकल के आया कि जब क्योंकि मिलेट्स हम ये कहते हैं कि इट इज़ अ रिपोजिटरी ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन, क्योंकि मिलेट्स में प्रोटीन की जो क्वालिटी है बहुत अच्छी होती है, सॉल्युबल कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स होते हैं, फाइबर बहुत अच्छा है, मिनरल्स जैसे आयरन है, कैल्शियम है, बहुत अधिक मात्रा में उपलब्ध होता है। लेकिन अगर हमें इसे आगे बढ़ाना है तो एक कोलैबोरेटिव मिलजुल के हमें आगे काम करना पड़ेगा, संस्थानों को, इंडस्ट्री के साथ और सरकार के साथ, ताकि जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज डेवलप हो रही हैं, नए पदार्थ जो डेवलप हो रहे हैं, उन्हें हम घर घर तक कैसे पहुंचाएं। तो हम चाहेंगे कि माननीय मंत्री जी आप यहाँ पे हैं, एक हम ये लेके चलें कि घर घर मिलेट। और एक सेशन हमारा ऐसा आया जिसमें ये डिस्कस किया गया कि जो पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, क्योंकि मिलेट की जो शेल्फ लाइफ है वो कम होती है, तो उसको कैसे बढ़ाया जाए। तो आजकल जैसे CWC FCI के गोदामों में नए नए विधियों से, नए नए तरीकों से फ्यूमिगेशन किया जा रहा है, तो क्या हम मिलेट का भी फ्यूमिगेशन उस तरह से कर सकते हैं। तो उस पर बहुत मंथन हुआ और फिर ये भी बात हुई कि हम लोग मिलेट को आयुर्वेदा में कैसे इस्तेमाल कर सकते। तो मैं पीछे सेक्रेटरी आयुष से मिला था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम लोग मिलके काम करते हैं कि जो आयुर्वेदा के उनके जो पदार्थ हैं उनमें मिलेट का उपयोग कैसे किया जाए। तो भी ये भी एक पॉइंट जो निकल के आया था इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में। एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या मिलेट में आती है कि मिलेट की जो डीहलिंग होती है, जो उसका छिलका होता है, उसके निकालने की विधि अभी नहीं है, ना ही ऐसी मशीनें हैं जो कि कम दाम में, मशीनें तो हैं लेकिन वो बहुत महंगी है, सस्ती मशीनें मिलें और जो एफिशिएंसी है वो हम बढ़ा सकें। इस पर भी बहुत चर्चा हुई। और एक सब इंडस्ट्री को ये मानना है कि जब तक मिलेट उपलब्ध नहीं होगी तो उसका प्रसंस्करण कैसे करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी भी जो किसान हैं बहुत ज़्यादा मिलेट का उत्पादन नहीं कर रहे हैं। अगर किसी को भी इंडस्ट्री लगानी है तो उन्हें ये बहुत ज़रूरी होगा कि उनके पास एक सामान्य तौर पर रोज़मर्रा कुछ ना कुछ मिलेट का प्रोड्यूस आता रहे ताकि उसे प्रोसेस कर सके। तो ये एक पूरे देश भर में, क्योंकि अगर मान लीजिए कर्नाटका में रागी उगती है, अब उसको हम हरियाणा में लाके प्रसंस्करण करें तो उसकी कॉस्ट बहुत बढ़ जाती है। तो अगर वही मिलेट हरियाणा में लगाया जाए तो उससे बहुत बड़ा फायदा हो सकता है। तो एक सर हमारा एक सत्र हुआ जिसमें हमने अलग अलग सेलिब्रिटीज को बुलाया, जिसमें हमारे एशियन गेम्स के गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट आए, हमारे यहाँ जो एक इंडियन यूथ बॉक्सिंग की कोच आई जो कि नोवलिना और निकट जमीन सबको कोचिंग देती हैं, हमारे प्रो कबड्डी के गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट आए, हमारे SS जायसवाल साहब जी हैं जो कि वाइस चांसलर हैं स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया के, और इस सत्र को मॉडरेट किया एक सेलिब्रिटी डाइटिशियन। तो इसमें ये निकल के आया कि हमें जो आजकल की जनरेशन है सर, जिसे हम मिलेनियल्स कहते हैं, जो हमारे बच्चे हैं, जो एक यंग जनरेशन है, ये मिलेनियल्स को मिलिटेनियल्स कैसे बनाया जाए, फ्रॉम मिलेनियल्स टू मिलिटेनियल्स। उसके लिए प्रचार प्रसार, ब्रांडिंग, लेबलिंग, सब कुछ उसमें बढ़ावा, उसमें बढ़ोतरी करनी पड़ेगी। रिसाइकल पैकेजिंग की बात हुई कि अगर हम मिलेट्स को रिसाइकल पैकेजिंग मटेरियल में डालें और क्या उसकी शेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ सकती है उससे, तो इस पर बहुत चर्चा हुई। एक बात सर ये निकल के आई जो मैं माननीय मृणाल आलम जी को बताना चाहूँगा कि जो PLI स्कीम है हमारी, उसको एक और फेज में एक्सटेंड किया जाए, सेकेंड फेज में भी लाया जाए, ताकि क्योंकि अभी मिलेट एक नया अन्न है हमारे लिए जिसके बारे में नॉलेज या जानकारी बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है। तो अगर परफॉर्मेंस लिंक इंसेंटिव स्कीम निकाली जाएगी तो इससे इंडस्ट्री को भी फायदा होगा, किसानों को भी फायदा होगा। और जो मार्केट है, सप्लाई चेन की जब बात हुई, एक प्राइस को, क्योंकि मिलेट के प्रोडक्ट को, मिलेट का प्राइस अभी भी ज़्यादा है क्योंकि उत्पादन कम है, तो उसे कैसे बढ़ाया जा, मिलेट के प्राइस को कैसे कम किया जा सकता है, लेकिन गुणवत्ता उसकी जो है उसको बरकरार रखना है। सर सबसे ज़्यादा मिलेट में, जो मिलेट के प्रोडक्ट्स में प्रॉब्लम आती है, जो हमें पता चला कि वो आती है टेस्ट। न्यूट्रिशन तो हम दे देते हैं, लेकिन कोई भी जो अगर स्वाद नहीं होगा तो हम वो चीज़ खाना पसंद नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन अब टेक्नोलॉजीज आ गई हैं जिससे न्यूट्रिशन के साथ साथ हम लोग स्वादिष्ट मिलेट और मिलेट के पदार्थ भी दे सकते हैं। तो उन टेक्नोलॉजीज का मैक्सिमम उपयोग किया जाए, इसके बारे में चर्चा हुई। और एक्सटेंशन जो है मिलेट की एक्सटेंशन, जब हम ये चाहेंगे माननीय मंत्री जी कि जो भी आउटकम निकल के आ रहे हैं हम इन्हें अलग अलग विभागों तक, भारत सरकार के और जो राज्य सरकारों में जो विभाग हैं, चाहे कृषि विभाग हो या खाद्य प्रसंस्करण विभाग हो, वहाँ तक पहुँचाएं और उनसे कहें कि वो निफ्टम के साथ, मंत्रालय के साथ जुड़ें और मिलेट को आगे कैसे बढ़ावा दें। तो सर ये संक्षेप में मैं आपको बताना चाहता था, ये सब हमारे इस 3 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में इवेंट्स हुए, उनमें केंद्र बिंदु जो आउटकम निकल गया मैं उनके बारे में तो आपको बताया। और एक सर हमने एक हैकाथॉन इवेंट किया था जिसमें 50 यंग लोग जो 25 से 30 साल की उम्र के थे उनको बुलाया गया कि उनके क्या आइडियाज हैं, और जो 3 बेस्ट आइडिया जो उन्होंने हमें दिए उनमें हमने उनको पुरस्कार भी दिया। तो इन चंद शब्दों के साथ मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का, श्री मिनाज आलम जी का, हमारे MLA साहब का, सुबोध जी का फिर से एक बार अभिनंदन करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ, और आप सभी का जो कि देश विदेश के साथ से आए, हमारे साथ जुड़े, आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और अब कुछ झलक हमारी इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस की। तो हम देख सकते हैं इस झलक के माध्यम से कि किस प्रकार देश विदेश के कई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स यहाँ आए, इस मंच पर आए, उन्होंने अपने विचार रखे और उन सब की तस्वीरें, उनमें से कुछ सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम की तस्वीरें भी हम यहाँ देख सकते हैं। यह कुछ न्यूज़ आर्टिकल्स हमारे इस प्रयास को जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए। जी, इसी मंच पर 2 दिन अलग अलग एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स के हमारे सभी विद्यार्थियों ने कल्चरल कार्यक्रम, सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम की भी पेशकश की और जिसको बहुत ही आनंद के साथ हमारे सभी डिग्निटरीज ने, हमारे सभी डेलीगेट्स ने देखा और उसका आनंद लिया। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन श्री अन्न पर ये सम्मेलन रखा गया ताकि हम पोषण और साथ ही साथ आर्थिक सुरक्षा की ओर बढ़ सकें। और जैसे कि हम जानते हैं इस समय मंच पर माननीय मंत्री महोदय मौजूद हैं, उन्हीं की सरकार और उसी भारत सरकार के कार्यों से और उन्हीं के एफर्ट से यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वर्ष डिक्लेयर किया गया और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वर्ष में पूरा विश्व हमारे साथ सम्मिलित हुआ। यह एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि तो है ही, साथ ही साथ एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी है जिसे निभाने की कोशिश निफ्टम ने की है इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के साथ। और हमें भरपूर सहयोग मिला मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और अब अगले संबोधन के लिए हम यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करने वाले हैं अपने अगले वक्ता को। उससे पहले मैं एक बार अवश्य उपस्थिति दर्ज कराना चाहूँगी हमारे समस्त मौजूद एमएलए राय श्री मोहन लाल बडौली जी, आपका स्वागत। धन्यवाद सर हमारे साथ सम्मिलित होने के लिए। और जी विधायक जी राय से एमएलए श्री मोहन लाल बडौली जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन सर आपका। और अगले वक्ता एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया श्री मिनहाज आलम जी से मैं निवेदन करती हूँ कि वे सबका संबोधन करें।
माननीय मंत्री जी पशुपति पारस जी, माननीय विधायक राय कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी, यहाँ उपस्थित डायरेक्टर निफ्टन ओबराय साहब, उपस्थित सुबोध जी पीएस मिनिस्टर, निफ्टन के रजिस्ट्रार राणा साहब, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी डेलीगेट्स, स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर्स, मीडिया पर्सन्स, सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ माननीय मंत्री जी को कि उन्होंने इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन मिलेट्स के समापन समारोह में आने का कष्ट किया। आज सड़क में रोड जाम थी तो लगभग 2 घंटे के आसपास लगे आने में, तो इसलिए थोड़ा डिले भी हुआ इस वजह से। और ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन मिलेट्स का आयोजन निफ्टन कुंडली के द्वारा किया गया। मैं इसके लिए डायरेक्टर ओबराय साहब को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। उन्होंने पिछले महीने ही यहाँ का चार्ज लिया है और इतनी जल्दी सभी अरेंजमेंट्स किया और ये कॉन्फ्रेंस काफ़ी अच्छा रहा। हर जगह से पार्टिसिपेशन रहा, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल पार्टिसिपेशन रहा। जैसा कि बताया गया 2023 में इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स की जो घोषणा हुई उसके लिए बनाने के लिए भारत सरकार ने पहले से तैयारी की थी। पिछले साल से कई मीटिंग्स हो रही थी। एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री के अध्यक्षता में सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज से प्रपोजल्स लिए गए कि वो मिलेट्स के लिए क्या क्या करना चाहते हैं, तो हर मिनिस्ट्री को अपना रोल दिया गया। तो हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ने भी इसके लिए कोई इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस यहाँ के निफ्टन के लिए, कुंडली के लिए, फिर निफ्टन तंजावुर है वहाँ उन्होंने भी अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, इस पर मिलेट्स पर एग्जीबिशन किया है। फिर हमारी मिनिस्ट्री की पीएमएफएमई स्कीम है, उसमें 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट में पूरे भारत में 30 जगह ये मिलेट्स के लिए एग्जीबिशन और अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स कराए जा रहे हैं। उसके अलावा पीराई स्कीम में स्पेशली मिलेट्स के लिए हम लोगों ने EOI जारी किया है और उसमें 30 कंपनियों को सैंक्शन किया गया है मिलेट्स के लिए। तो मिलेट्स के लिए हर जगह इस साल पूरी तरह से इससे तैयारी की जा रही है और इसको इस वर्ष मनाया जा रहा है। और जैसा कि पहले ही बताया कि मिलेट्स का इम्पोर्टेंस जो है, जितना ज़रूरत है कि हमें मिलेट्स के कंजम्पशन को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बढ़ाया जाए और लोगों में जागरूकता फैलाई जाए, और क्योंकि इससे किसानों का भी फायदा है। अभी तक लोग उतना उपजाते इसलिए नहीं है कि डिमांड नहीं है। अगर डिमांड होगी तो किसान और भी उपजाएंगे और मिलेट्स का प्रोडक्शन और प्रोसेसिंग दोनों बढ़ेगा। और निफ्टन से मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि इस मिलेट्स के लिए और भी वो प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप करें और भी इस पर रिसर्च भी करें निफ्टन की मिलेट्स को और कैसे प्रोसेसिंग में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा यूज़ किया जाए और कैसे लोगों को इस पर मदद किया जाए, कैसे इंडस्ट्रीज़ को और टेक्नोलॉजी दी जाए, नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप की जाए। तो इधर पिछले 3 दिन का जो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस रहा है, ये इसमें कई टॉपिक्स पर डिस्कशन हुए, सभी लोग आए और ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग सेशंस हुए। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ ये आयोजन किया गया है इस प्रोग्राम का। इससे लोगों को जो इस लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया है सभी को इसमें बहुत लाभ हुआ होगा। और ये स्पिरिट जो है मिलेट्स को प्रमोट करने की, ये हमें जारी रहनी चाहिए हमेशा के लिए। और हमें उम्मीद है कि हमारी मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से भी इसको मिलेट्स के प्रोसेसिंग को और बढ़ावा दिया जाएगा। और हमारे ऑलरेडी हम लोग कई स्टेट्स में मिलेट्स का इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर भी हम लोगों ने सैंक्शन किया है और अभी हैदराबाद में अभी लास्ट वीक में गया था, वहाँ उसका इनॉग्रेशन भी किया गया है। तो पूरे भारत में कई इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं मिलेट्स के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, और एक हैदराबाद में ही है इंस्टीट्यूट मिलेट्स के लिए है, IIMR इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मिलेट रिसर्च, वहाँ भी कई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप की जा रही हैं। तो ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं लेना चाहूँगा, सभी को धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ पूरी निफ्टम टीम को, जिन्होंने इसके लिए इतने मेहनत से काम किया और इसके आयोजन में सफलता हासिल की। और हम लोग नेक्स्ट नवंबर है, 3 से 5 नवंबर हम लोग का वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया इवेंट होने वाला है। उसमें भी मिलेट एक फोकस पिलर है, और उसमें भी मिलेट्स को प्रमोशन के लिए जो है स्पेशल को हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया में मिलेट्स को भी प्रमोट किया जाए। और आप लोग से भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया में भी आप लोग भी पार्टिसिपेट करें। तो एक बार फिर से मैं मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने यहाँ आने का कष्ट किया, और आप सभी को धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री मिनहाज आलम जी। और अब हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे माननीय विधायक महोदय राय श्री मोहन लाल बडौली जी से कि वे कुछ विचार सभा के सामने रखें।
भारत माता की सभी, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आदर और सम्मान के योग्य आज इस प्रोग्राम में पहुंचे भारत सरकार के मंत्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी, इस निफ्टम संस्था के डायरेक्टर हरेंद्र सिंह ओबराय जी, और इस विभाग के सेक्रेटरी मिनहाज आलम जी, सुबोध कुमार जी, रजिस्ट्रार जयेश राणा जी, मंच पर बैठे अन्य अधिकारीगण और इस निफ्टम संस्था के अन्य सभी अधिकारी, इस 3 दिवसीय जो ये मिल्ट के बारे में एक बहुत अच्छा विचार विमर्श हुआ, मिल्ट्स को किस प्रकार से प्रयोग करें, किस प्रकार से उसका प्रचार करें, इस पर जो पूरा मंथन 3 दिन तक हुआ, वो सभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर से आए हुए सभी बाहर के भी ऐसे मेहमान, उसमें साइंटिस्ट, प्रोफेसर जिन्होंने भाग लिया, और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल में बैठे हुए सभी मेरे सम्मानित बुजुर्गों, नौजवान साथियों और छायाकार पत्रकार साथियों, आज इस निफ्टम के अंदर एक अच्छे अपने स्वास्थ्य को हम कितना बढ़िया बना सकते हैं, क्या और मिलेट्स को किस प्रकार से प्रयोग कर सकते हैं, इस प्रोग्राम में हमारे मंत्री जी पहुंचे हैं। एक बार निवेदन करूंगा, तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करेंगे। और जिस प्रकार से देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये वर्ष की घोषणा की, और जिस प्रकार से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इसको सबकी स्वीकृति भी मिली, इसके लिए मैं तो सरकार के मंत्री के नाते मंत्री जी का बार बार अभिनंदन, स्वागत। इस राय की विधानसभा के इस निफ्टम में आप पधारे हैं, और ये सोनीपत बहुत प्राचीन शहर है, महाभारत काल का ये शहर है, यहाँ एजुकेशन का हब है, और इस प्रकार के प्रोग्राम यहाँ होते रहे। पहले भी आप आए हैं, और निफ्टम ने अच्छा काम इस जब से ये संस्था यहाँ आई, बहुत अच्छे प्रयोग, बहुत अच्छे काम किए हैं। मैं सबको बधाई देता हूँ, आप सब इसमें प्रोग्राम में भी पहुंचे हैं, आपका भी धन्यवाद करते हुए आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और अब एक रिलीज हम करने जा रहे हैं निफ्टम एट अ ग्लांस बुकलेट का, जिसमें कि निफ्टम की गतिविधियां, उपलब्धियां, आधारभूत संरचना और विभाग की जानकारी होगी। निफ्टम एट अ ग्लांस की इस रिलीज के लिए मैं हमारे मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि वे रिमोट के माध्यम से इस रिलीज को आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय। और अब एक पुरस्कार वितरण समारोह हम करने जा रहे हैं। जैसे डायरेक्टर महोदय ने हमें बताया कि इस विषय पर, मिलेट्स के विषय पर, श्री अन्न के विषय पर और इस जागरूकता को बढ़ाने के लिए बहुत सी अलग अलग प्रतियोगिताएं की गई। उसी में से एक प्रतियोगिता रही पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन, पोस्टर प्रस्तुति प्रतियोगिता। और इस प्रतियोगिता में जो विजेता हैं उन्हें अब यहाँ पर हम पुरस्कार देने जा रहे हैं। इन पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान सबसे पहले एक स्क्रीनिंग प्रोसेस हुई, उसके बाद इन पोस्टर्स की प्रदर्शनी लगी और फिर जजेस के माध्यम से विजेताओं का चुनाव हुआ। पहले से लेकर 5वें स्थान तक जो हमारे विजेता हैं उनका यहाँ पर इस समय पुरस्कार वितरण समारोह में आमंत्रण किया जाएगा और वे कृपया एक एक कर आएं अपने सर्टिफिकेट और ट्रॉफी लेने। और इस पुरस्कार वितरण के लिए मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी से कि वे कृपया यह पुरस्कार वितरण करें और हमारे सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगणों से कि वे इसमें सम्मिलित हों। इस पुरस्कार वितरण समारोह में सबसे पहले हम 5वें स्थान के जो पुरस्कार देने जा रहे हैं उसमें पहला नाम है अर्घा बासु, अमेठी यूनिवर्सिटी उत्तर प्रदेश से। और अगला नाम है दीप्ति ए वाघमोड़े, ICAR NDRI। दीप्ति ए वाघमोड़े। अगला नाम है चौधरी मोहम्मद काशिम, चौधरी मोहम्मद काशिम। लक्ष्मी SG, चौधरी मोहम्मद काशिम, बुंदेलखंड यूनिवर्सिटी झांसी से। लक्ष्मी SG, ICAR IARI न्यू दिल्ली से। पांचवें स्थान के हमारे ये विजेता अपने सर्टिफिकेट और ट्रॉफी माननीय मंत्री महोदय के हाथ से लेते हुए हमारे विजेताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई। M मोनिशा, कॉलेज ऑफ फिश न्यूट्रिशन फूड टेक्नोलॉजी तमिलनाडु। डॉक्टर जयललिता फिशरीज यूनिवर्सिटी चेन्नई। M मोनिशा। निशा रानी, M मोनिशा। और इनके बाद निशा रानी, CCS हरियाणा एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी हिसार। सोनिया, COHS CCS हरियाणा एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटी हिसार। निशा रानी, सोनिया, सुष्मिता मंडल, निफ्टेम तंजावर। सुष्मिता मंडल और सुष्मिता जी के बाद उदय कुमार निडोनी। उदय कुमार जी, CCS हरियाणा एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटी हिसार। सुष्मिता मंडल, उदय कुमार जी और इसके बाद दिए जाएंगे चौथे स्थान के पुरस्कार पिंकेश जेठवा, निफ्टेम कुंडली। पिंकेश जेठवा, निफ्टेम कुंडली। सारी टीपी, अब ये तीसरे स्थान के पुरस्कार हैं। सारी टीपी, निफ्टेम कुंडली। खुम्बरोन काबोई, निफ्टेम तंजावर। शिवांगी मिश्रा ये दूसरे स्थान के पुरस्कार विजेता हैं। शिवांगी मिश्रा, निफ्टेम कुंडली। दूसरे स्थान की दूसरी पुरस्कार विजेता हैं प्रियंका जोशी, MP UAT उदयपुर। और प्रथम पुरस्कार विजेता नीलम A रिबांकर, CFTRI मैसूरू। और प्रभजोत कौर, PAU लुधियाना। यह है हमारी समस्त पोस्टर प्रस्तुति प्रतियोगिता के विजेता। प्रथम स्थान से लेकर 5वें स्थान तक के हमारे सभी विजेता जिन्हें मिल रहा है उनका पुरस्कार माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय जी के हाथ से और साथ ही साथ हमारे समस्त गणमान्य अतिथि गणों के हाथ से। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अब मैं जिन्हें आज की सभा के संबोधन के लिए बुलाने जा रही हूँ, आमंत्रित करने जा रही हूँ, वे एक बहुत ही वरिष्ठ नेता हैं। वे अपने साथियों के समस्त जाने जाते हैं अपने शांत एवं शालीन स्वभाव के लिए। जनता की जड़ों से जुड़े एक नेता जो अपने नेतृत्व से जनता के मुद्दों को समाधान तक पहुंचाते हैं और बिहार की राजनीति से लेकर राष्ट्रीय राजनीति तक अपना बहुमूल्य योगदान दे चुके हैं विचारों के माध्यम से एवं लोकप्रिय नीतियों के माध्यम से। हमारे आज के इस सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि, इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के मुख्य अतिथि खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी।
साथियों, आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में उपस्थित स्थानीय विधायक श्री मोहन कौशिक जी, निपटन सोनीपत के निदेशक श्री हरिहर ओबेराय जी, फूड प्रोसेसिंग उद्योग मंत्रालय के अपर सचिव श्री मिनहाज आलम जी, मंत्रालय में मेरे निजी सचिव श्री सुबोध कुमार जी, निपटन के रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर JS राणा जी और देश विदेश से आए हुए आज के कार्यक्रम में सभी वैज्ञानिक, सभी साथियों और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे जितने भी छात्र छात्राएँ हैं और जितने भी हमारे अभिभावक हैं, सभी को मैं आज की बैठक में आने के लिए तहे दिल से मैं हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। साथ ही मीडिया में जो हमारे साथी हैं, मीडिया के हैं, मीडिया हों, प्रिंट मीडिया हों, सभी लोगों के आज की बैठक में सम्मिलित होने के लिए मैं दिल से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। साथियों, आज 3 दिन से 20, 21, 22, 23 3 दिन, 21, 22, 23 3 दिन का ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन था। प्रथम दिन ही मुझको आना था इसमें, लेकिन अचानक लोकसभा का सेशन सत्र शुरू हुआ, जिसके चलते मैं नहीं आ सका पहला दिन, और अंतिम दिन आज समापन भाषण है, तो अंतिम दिन मुझको आने का मौका मिला। मैं अपने को आपको आज की बैठक में उपस्थित होने के लिए मैं अपने आप को भाग्यशाली समझता हूँ। साथियों, मुझे पुनः लिप्टन के इस खूबसूरत परिसर में आने का अवसर मिला। मैं इस अवसर के लिए लिप्टन के निदेशक श्री हरिधर सिंह ओबेराय जी को और सभी शिक्षकों और छात्रों को दिल से आभारी। लिप्टन में आकर और अतिथियों, शिक्षकों और छात्रों से बातचीत करके मुझे काफ़ी खुशी हुई। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रयास से वर्ष 2023 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मिलेट्स वर्ष घोषित किया गया है। फूड प्रोसेसिंग मंत्रालय द्वारा 20 राज्यों और 30 जगहों पर मिलेट्स से संबंधित कार्यक्रम किया गया है। मिलेट्स में एक जमाना था, पहले आज से 50 वर्ष पीछे आप जाइए तो उस समय में मोटा अनाज किसानों के द्वारा जो उपजाया जाता था, तो उस समय ये लोग कहता था कि ये गरीब का भोजन है। जैसे ज्वार है, मड़ुआ है, कौनी है, सामा है, ये सब किसानों के द्वारा उपजाया जाता था। खास करके हम लोगों का जहाँ घर है बिहार में, मिथिलांचल में, हम लोग के यहाँ इसकी खेती होती थी। हमारे पिताजी भी इसकी खेती करते थे। उस समय इस मोटा अनाज का बहुत प्रचलन नहीं था और उपज का उचित मूल्य भी नहीं मिलता था इसमें, जिसके चलते लोग किसान धीरे धीरे इस अनाज को उपजाना बंद कर दिए। पहले लोग इस अनाज को गरीब का भोजन मानते थे। आज एक समय आया है कि पूरे विश्व के स्तर पर इसकी उपयोगिता बढ़ी है और इस अनाज से खास करके स्वास्थ्य के मामले में, हेल्थ के मामले में काफ़ी ये उपयोगी साबित हुआ है। इसलिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने के द्वारा प्रयास हुआ है और इस पर काफ़ी उनके द्वारा अभियान चलाया गया है और इस वर्ष को मिलेट्स वर्ष घोषित किया गया है। और नवंबर में 3, 4, 5 नवंबर को दिल्ली के प्रगति मैदान में विश्व स्तर पर यह आयोजन किया गया है और काफ़ी देशों से, विदेशों से हमारे प्रतिनिधि आएंगे और उससे आप अभी देखते होइएगा कि जस्ट 9-10 तारीख को G20 का सम्मेलन हुआ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में, और विश्व से काफ़ी संख्या में प्रतिनिधि आए। इवन कि अमेरिका जैसे कंट्री से भी वहाँ के राष्ट्रपति भी आए, सभी जगह के प्रधानमंत्री आए, राष्ट्रपति आए, और G20 का सम्मेलन बहुत ही सफल सम्मेलन हुआ, बहुत ही सफल सम्मेलन हुआ। और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सम्मेलन में टीचर्स का रोल उन्होंने आराम किया, और काफ़ी जो भी लोग विदेश के जो हमारे प्रतिनिधि आए थे, जब यहाँ से लौट के गए तो अपने देश की काफ़ी उन्होंने प्रशंसा की, और विश्व में भारत का नाम उज्जवल है। देखिए, मैं थोड़ा हट के मैं बोल रहा हूँ, आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष के बाद भी 75 वर्षों के अंदर हमारे देश में जितने भी प्रधानमंत्री हुए और आज के जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, ये दोनों में फर्क है। आज तक देश का जो भी प्रधानमंत्री हुआ करते थे वो सिर्फ देश के नेता हुआ करते थे। आज जो हमारे देश के जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, परमादरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, देश ही नहीं विदेशों में भी सर्वमान्य नेताओं के रूप में माने जाते हैं। और आपने देखा होगा क्या से तकरीबन 2 माह पूर्व जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी विदेश दौरे पर गए थे, तो विश्व का सबसे संपन्न राष्ट्र माना जाता है अमेरिका, और अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति ने क्या कहा कि मोदी जी आप इतने लोकप्रिय नेता हो कि हमारी इच्छा होती है कि आपका ऑटोग्राफ हो। वहीं पर दूसरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने प्रोटोकॉल को तोड़ के और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का पैर छू के आशीर्वाद दिया। ये राष्ट्र की उपलब्धि है, और आज विश्व के स्तर पर हिंदुस्तान का अपना एक स्थान मिला है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में पूरा देश चल रहा है। अब देखते रहिएगा, आज मिलेट्स की बात प्रधानमंत्री जी क्यों कर रहे हैं, उसका एक कारण है। उस गरीब परिवार से हुआ है, वो देखे हैं, गरीबी को देखे हैं, मजबूरी को देखे हैं, उनके दिल में गरीबों के प्रति सहानुभूति है। वो चाहते हैं कि एक समय ऐसा आवे कि भारत का संविधान के तहत जो हमारे देश के लोगों को मौलिक अधिकार है, जीने का अधिकार है, उस अधिकार को हम पहुंचावें, उस अधिकार को दें। उसी के तहत उन्होंने अपने देश में 1 अरब 40 करोड़ की आबादी है, और उन्होंने 1 नेशन 1 राशन कार्ड की व्यवस्था की। और आप देखे हुए 1 अरब 40 करोड़ की आबादी में आज 80 करोड़ लोग तो मुफ्त अनाज मुहैया किया जा रहा है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हमारा संविधान कहता है देश का मौलिक अधिकार है, सभी को जीने का अधिकार है। मेरा प्रयास रहेगा कि देश में कोई भी व्यक्ति भूखा नहीं मरे, पैसे के अभाव में बीमार होकर नहीं मरे। और उन्होंने अपने प्रधानमंत्री कोष से इलाज के लिए, गरीब के इलाज के लिए उन्होंने 5 लाख रुपया की स्वीकृति दी, और आज हजारों परिवार को उससे राहत मिली। उसी तरह आप देखिएगा, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूरे देश के लोगों के लिए प्रधानमंत्री कोष से उन्होंने आवास की व्यवस्था की, नल जल की व्यवस्था की। शिक्षा के लिए हमारे देश में पहले बहुत कम मेडिकल कॉलेज, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज था, उन्होंने मेडिकल कॉलेज इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज खुलवाने की व्यवस्था की। तो इस ढंग से देश का जो गरीब लोग है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि जो लोग आर्थिक दृष्टिकोण से, शैक्षणिक दृष्टिकोण से, सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण से सक्षम नहीं है, हम उसको समाज के मुख्य धारा में कैसे जोड़ें। और 1 अरब 40 करोड़ लोगों की चिंता उनमें है। आप अभी तुरंत देखे होइएगा 3 दिन का 5 दिन का हम लोग का लोकसभा का सेशन चला है, स्पेशल सेशन बुलाया गया है। सभी लोग उत्सुक थे, परेशान थे, भाई प्रधानमंत्री क्या करेंगे। अखबार मीडिया में बयान आया कि वन इलेक्शन चाहिए, तरह तरह की भावनाएं लोगों में हो रही थी। लेकिन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की आधी आबादी, महिलाओं की आबादी, हमारी माताएं और बहनें यहाँ बैठी हुई है, 27 वर्ष से महिला आरक्षण बिल लंबित था। कांग्रेस के रिजिम से ये महिला आरक्षण बिल लंबित था। कई प्रधानमंत्री आए और गए, देवगौड़ा जी आए, गुजराल जी आए, राजीव गांधी आए, मनमोहन सिंह आए, बहुत लोग आए और 27 वर्षों से ये आरक्षण लंबित था। लेकिन आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि उन्होंने स्पेशल सेशन बुला करके और देश की आधी आबादी के लिए उन्होंने आरक्षण की व्यवस्था की। साथियों, आज हमारा देश विश्व के स्तर पर हमारे देश का नाम है। आज इस सभागार में 3 दिन का जो सम्मेलन हुआ, काफी ही महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन माना गया और उसकी शुरू 3, 4, 5 नवंबर तो दिल्ली के प्रगति मैदान में पूरे विश्व के स्तर पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मिलेट्स उत्सव मनाया जाएगा, जिसमें हमारे विभाग का प्रयास है कि उसमें हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उपस्थित हो, राष्ट्रपति महोदया को भी निमंत्रण दिया गया है, उनके भी आने की संभावना है और काफी मिलेट्स पर चर्चा होगी पूरे देश और विदेश के लोग। कृषि विभाग हमारा जो है, कृषि विभाग का काम है उत्पादन करना। हमारे विभाग का काम है फूड प्रोसेसिंग, बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट विभाग है। हमारे विभाग का काम है कि हम अनाज को, खाने वाला जो अनाज है उसको कैसे प्रोसेस करके खाने के लायक बनावे और किसान को हम उचित मूल्य कैसे दें। तब ना आप खेती करिएगा, जब किसान को उचित मूल्य मिलेगा तो वो खेती करेगा। और इसी तरह से जैसे इस मिलेट्स में है, ज्वार है, बाजरा है, रागी है, मरुआ है, प्रमुख अनाज है। अब पूरा देश, इसमें सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि बिना खाद डालने से खेत का जो हमारी जमीन जो है उसकी शक्ति कमजोर होती है। इसलिए चला है पूरे विश्व में, एक चला है कि बिना खाद का अनाज कैसे उत्पादन हो। और इसमें जो मोटा अनाज है, इसमें अब बहुत अधिक खाद और पानी की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन इसमें एक दिक्कत यह है कि जो किसान, हमारे किसान भाई जिसका उपजा करेंगे, उनको उचित मूल्य नहीं मिल पाता है। तो भारत सरकार का प्रयास है इसको आगे हम बढ़ावें और किसान को हम उचित मूल्य भी मुहैया करा दें। साथियों, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उनके अथक प्रयास से भारत में G20 की अध्यक्षता की और पूरे विश्व में भारतवर्ष का नाम रोशन किया। बीते दिनों हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने चंद्रयान 3 का सफल परीक्षण किया और चांद के दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर लैंडिंग करने वाला विश्व का प्रथम देश अपना देश बना। साथ ही भारत का पहला सौर मिशन आदित्य L1 भी अंतरिक्ष में सफलतापूर्वक लॉन्च किया गया, जो सभी वैज्ञानिकों एवं इंजीनियर्स तथा इस मिशन से जुड़े तमाम कारीगरों के बिना संभव नहीं था। इन सफलताओं के लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का के नेतृत्व में धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ, जिसने भारत को एक गौरवपूर्ण क्षण दिया। मिशन में दी गई जिम्मेदारियाँ महत्वपूर्ण मुख्य पहलू फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र के सभी हितधारकों को एक मंच पर जोड़ना और बैठकों के माध्यम से एक चैनल के रूप में प्रगति करना है। मैं श्री अन्न अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन 2023 के रूप में इस तरह के मंच के बनाने के संस्थान द्वारा किए गए प्रयासों और ऊर्जा का मैं सराहना करता हूँ। साथियों, जैसा कि मुझे अवगत कराया गया है, इस कार्यक्रम में 9 तकनीकी सत्र, एक उच्च स्तरीय शैक्षणिक बैठक, श्री अन्न प्रदर्शनी, रेसिपी प्रतियोगिता, सफलता प्रेरित वीडियो बैठक एवं पोस्टर प्रस्तुति का उत्तम समावेश था। इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के द्वारा मौजूदा परिप्रेक्ष्य में बाजार की प्रवृत्ति एवं मांग, तकनीकी प्रगति और मौजूदा चुनौतियों के अनुरूप विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से संबंधित लोगों के बीच ज्ञान साझा किया। युवा विद्यार्थियों ने विश्व प्रसिद्ध वैज्ञानिकों के साथ इस मंच के समक्ष अपने विचारों को प्रस्तुत किया। श्री अन्न को लोगों के लिए आकर्षक बनाना एक चुनौती है और श्री अन्न उत्पादन प्रदर्शनी, कुकरी शो और प्रतियोगिताओं में इस चुनौती को विस्तृत रूप से पूरा किया गया। साथियों, इस कार्यक्रम में 3 दिन का जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन हुआ, इसके लिए मैं यहाँ के जो हमारे निदेशक हैं और समस्त लिप्टन परिवार को इस सम्मेलन को सफल बनाने के लिए मैं तहे दिल से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और खास करके जो हमारे छात्र छात्राएँ हैं और इस इलाके के जितने भी महत्वपूर्ण व्यक्ति हैं, आज इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में आने के लिए और खासकर मीडिया के साथियों को मैं तहे दिल से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। और आप साथ ही मैं आप लोगों को निमंत्रण भी देता हूं कि 3 से 5 नवंबर 2023 को प्रगति मैदान में पूरे विश्व के स्तर पर मिलेट्स दिवस मनाया जाएगा। इसमें मेरा सादर अनुरोध है कि आप तमाम साथी सम्मेलन में निश्चित रूप से उपस्थित होकर के सम्मेलन को सफल बनावे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय। आज के इस सत्र में हमने डायरेक्टर महोदय को सुना, जिन्होंने की मुख्य बिंदुओं पर प्रकाश डाला। हमने श्री मिन्हाज आलम जी को सुना। निफ्टम एट अ ग्लांस की ई बुक का अनावरण हुआ। सभी पुरस्कार विजेताओं को अपने अपने पुरस्कार दिए गए और हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी के प्रेरणादायक शब्दों को सुनने का सौभाग्य हमें प्राप्त हुआ। और अब हम एक स्मृति चिन्ह समारोह की ओर बढ़ेंगे। हम सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे हमारे समस्त गणमान्य अतिथि गणों को। सबसे पहले मैं डायरेक्टर महोदय से निवेदन करूंगी कि वे यह स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय श्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी को हमारे मुख्य अतिथि। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। श्री मोहनलाल बडोली जी, विधायक राई। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री मोहनलाल जी का अपने विचार सभा के समक्ष रखने के लिए एवं इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होने के लिए। Shri Minhaj Alamji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. भारत सरकार खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय, Additional Secretary Shri Minhaj Alamji. And PS to Cabinet Minister Dr. Subodh Kumar जी से निवेदन कि वे इस स्मृति चिन्ह को ग्रहण करें. और अब वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी निफ्टम कुंडली रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर JS राणा जी को.
धन्यवाद स्वाति. माननीय खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय के केंद्रीय मंत्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी, आदरणीय मोहनलाल बडौली जी, हमारे राई क्षेत्र के विधायक, हरियाणा विधानसभा के विधायक, आदरणीय निदेशक महोदय निफ्टम कुंडली, आदरणीय मिनहाज आलम जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री, आदरणीय सुबोध कुमार जी, PS टू दी मिनिस्टर, आए हुए सभी प्रतिभागी और सभी वैज्ञानिकगण, अध्यापकगण, मेरे निफ्टम के अधिष्ठातागण, निफ्टम के अध्यापक, छात्रों, छात्राएं, जैसा कि मुझे आदेश हुआ है कि मैं आज का धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पेश करूं, तो सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा अपने मंत्रालय का, जिनके मार्गदर्शन से, जिनके आशीर्वाद से हम ये 3 दिन का सम्मेलन कर पाए. और उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा जो महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री पशुपति कुमार पारस जी का, जो कि हमेशा हमें अग्रसर होके आशीर्वाद देते रहते हैं और अलग अलग तरह के कुछ चैलेंजेस भी हमें देते रहते हैं कि भाई ये काम हमने करना है. तो उनके आशीर्वाद से हम ये 3 दिन का सम्मेलन कर पाए, तो धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय. उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा अपने सेक्रेटरी मैडम का, श्रीमती अनीता प्रवीण जी, जो कि उनके सहयोग के बिना हम निफ्टम में कोई भी कार्य नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हर वक्त हमें एक से एक बड़े वाला चैलेंज देते रहते हैं कि भी अब आपने जो है फूड पे ये प्रोग्राम करना है, फिर नेक्स्ट करना है. तो वो भी, उनका भी मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा. फिर मैं धन्यवाद करूँगा अपने एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनहाज आलम जी का, जो कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन डिवीज़न को हेड करते हैं और ये समय समय पर हमें जो है हमारा मार्गदर्शन करते हैं, अलग अलग स्कीम्स में हमें सहयोग करते हैं और निफ्टम को एक रास्ता दिखाते हैं कि भी आगे निफ्टम की जो आगे जो प्रोग्रेस करनी है वो इस तरह से आपने चलना है. मैं अब फिर धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा अपने निदेशक महोदय का, जो कि जिन्होंने अभी 1 महीना पहले ही निफ्टम में ज्वाइन किया है और उनके निर्देशन में जो है पूरा निफ्टम, हम लगभग 1 महीने से इस प्रोग्राम के लिए लगे हुए हैं और उन्होंने आते ही इसको एक 3 दिन के जो एक हमारा जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, इसको एक चैलेंज के रूप में लिया और खुद जो है मैं यकीन के साथ कह सकता हूं कि 10 दिन से वो खुद मेरे ख्याल 1 मिनट भी कभी सोए नहीं होंगे. और उनकी लीडरशिप में निफ्टम के हर अध्यापकगण, हर कर्मचारीगण, हर छात्र छात्राएं वो दिन रात इस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाने में लगे हुए हैं. और मैं सर आपका धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा कि आपके मार्गदर्शन में हम ये प्रोग्राम का सफल आयोजन कर पाए. उसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा सुबोध कुमार जी का, जो कि मंत्री जी के पर्सनल सेक्रेटरी हैं, IAS हैं, और ये भी हमें समय समय पर बहुत सारे निर्देश, आदेश और कुछ ना कुछ हमें वो बताते रहते हैं कि भाई अब आपने ये आगे इस तरह से निफ्टम को लेके जाना है। तो धन्यवाद सर, आज आप इस प्रोग्राम में आए। और फिर मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा, आपने जितने भी सेशन हुए हैं उन सेशन के कोऑर्डिनेटर्स, कन्वीनर्स, को-कोऑर्डिनेटर्स, रैपटियर्स और जिन्होंने रिपोर्ट उन सेशंस की पेश की, और उस 3 दिन के बाद आज हम इस मुकाम पे हैं कि भाई वो रिपोर्ट हम आप सबके सामने पढ़ पा रहे हैं। फिर मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा हमारे प्रेस और मीडिया के सहयोगियों का, जो कि शुरू के दिन से और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के शुरू होने के लगभग 7 दिन पहले से ही हमें मीडिया में स्थान दे रहे हैं। तो आप सभी लोगों का धन्यवाद, और आज काफ़ी अच्छी नंबर में आप यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, इसलिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो सभी लोगों का धन्यवाद करते हुए मैं अपना स्थान ग्रहण करूँगा। कोई अगर रह गया हो तो मुझे क्षमा करना, तो उसके लिए भी धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद राणा सर। जब कोई बड़ा कार्य सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न होता है तो एक संतोष की अनुभूति होती है। मैं वही संतोष सब हमारे प्रतिभागियों के चेहरे पर देख सकती हूँ। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन जो कि किया गया श्री अन्न के ऊपर, ताकि हम सब पोषण और आर्थिक सुरक्षा की ओर कदम बढ़ाएं, इसे पूरा सहयोग मिला खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का, और उसी सहयोग के साथ यह सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न हुआ। इंटरनेशनल सम्मेलन की सफलता के लिए आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई। और इसी के साथ मैं सभी से निवेदन करना चाहूंगी कि हम सब राष्ट्रगान नेशनल एंथम के लिए कृपया अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाएं।
भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
सभी प्रतिभागियों से निवेदन अपनी जगह पर बैठे रहें, ताकि पहले गणमान्य अतिथिगण प्रस्थान कर सके और उसके बाद बाकी सभी प्रतिभागी प्रस्थान करें।
अरे तेरा फोन आया ना तो एक्चुअली साइलेंट भी था ना।
मैं बोला कि मांग लेते हैं तो बोला कि चुरा है तो बोला मैं चुरा नहीं ये देते नहीं देखने में रुक क्योंकि मेरे पास अभी निपटन मेरे को किसी को बताया नहीं कि मैंने नहीं सर जाने से पहले एक बार हो सकता है आज अगर घूम गया ना सर हाँ बोलूँगा अच्छा हुआ क्यों क्योंकि बहुत अच्छी बात है खत्म होने के बाद क्या घूम गया He's saying I felt it. चलो चलो बैठ जाओ भाई चिल करते हैं जो करना भाई थोड़े मूड में एडिट कर दूंगा, एडिट कर दूंगा। ऐसे फोटो उठाऊंगा पेस्ट कर दूंगा, सिंपल।
तो दिखा देंगे मंत्री को। हाँ
I won't mind.
रिकॉर्डिंग